Chapter 1777. The so-called unconventional means would not be used unless absolutely necessary. Different people and different places have different standards, and setting aside how other people set the rules aside, as for them, well, the existence of the three of them was an unconventional matter. If they were placed in this ordinary world, they would be moving destruction generators, and if they were hiding, they would be void-class calamities. There was no peace of mind. Therefore, they did not plan to use that means unless it was necessary. It was all for the sake of world peace. If they were allowed to do as they pleased, this place would not be as simple as a pit. It couldn't be helped. The space, time, and void of the three elements realm were too fragile. Even if they sealed themselves, it was still very dangerous for them to casually use the power of rules. It was very dangerous for this world. After all, they were as fragile as paper. Whenever they used a little bit of their power, they had to be very careful in case they accidentally poked some parts of this world. After all, they were still affected by the aftereffects of the war, and it would take them hundreds of millions of years to recover. Therefore, when the young man in blue told them that he was going to use an unusual method, they were actually a bit hesitant. They hoped that the little girl could help them. If the two big things were combined into one, they only needed to find the root of it, the unidentified object. Unfortunately, the girl was not helpful. She was curled up on the sofa and tried her best to turn herself into a ball. Her body was turning gray bit by bit, and she might turn into a statue in a while. Even so, no one could feel sorry for her. It was all her own fault for being unreliable. All right, unreliable brat. Hui sighed and shook his head, throwing his gaze to Maple. Maple, do you want to do it? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head to look at him, and then at the cloaked girl. Do what? Do what? Look for what? What is it like? How is its aura? What is its level of concealment? The cloaked girl shuddered and moved a little to the side. Lowering her head, she mumbled in an extremely small voice, I don't know. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became serious. Hui crossed his hands and put them in front of his nose, his face gloomy. Maple, throw this useless rag doll out. Yun Nuoshing reached out his hand, and the brat simply scurried to his side and hugged his arm. The cloaked girl looked at him as if she was about to cry. I really don't know. That evil boss randomly gave me a mission and threw me here. He didn't give me any items or support. He didn't even tell me anything. He just said, go and find them. He said that he would send reinforcements. It's been a few days, but I haven't even seen a ghost. Everyone couldn't help but turn their faces away. Her tearful voice was really pitiful. It sounded as if she was working for some black-hearted company and didn't count until she was squeezed dry. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. Then you have to give me some clues, even if it's just a little. A little bit. The cloaked girl thought hard for a moment and suddenly jumped up. Its aura is similar to mine. It's that kind of vague, kind of conceptual similarity. Yes, that's what I mean. Everyone in the room was stunned when they heard this. What a vague explanation. That's roughly what I mean. I can't casually say the reason. After all, it's something related to us. Although it can't be exactly the same, there should be some similarities. Yes, it's just like two ants. Zhou Zhibai couldn't help but whisper, two ants look almost the same. But if you don't look carefully, aren't they exactly the same? The cloaked girl stuck her tongue out at her. Little girl, you won't understand. Zhou Zhibai pouted and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Mei Mao's eyes were shining. He couldn't help but reach out and poke her head. It's very complicated. You just have to watch from the side. The little girl immediately shrank back and didn't say anything. In short, it was some kind of law and aura of energy life forms that were similar. Since there were similarities and similarities, it meant that the team behind her should be the same type as her. They were a bunch of energy life forms. Therefore, there would be similarities on a certain level. The things they created would also have similar auras. In terms of concept, thinking about it this way, Yun Nuoshing reached out to the cloaked girl. The cloaked girl looked at him and hesitated for a moment. Then, she shyly put her little hand in his. Is it like this? Yun Nuoshing. Just give me something with your aura. Forget it, that's fine too. Hui and the little girl stood up quickly. The former waved his hand and sealed the doors and windows of the villa. He looked at Feng nervously. After thinking about it, he also strengthened the law and space of this place. Feng, take it easy. If you blow up this place, we can only sleep on the streets tonight. Will it blow up? Zhou Zhibai almost jumped up. The destruction scene they caused a few days ago was deeply imprinted in her mind. If it blew up here, theoretically, it shouldn't. Hui shook his head to make Zhou Zhibai feel a little relieved. Then, he said fiercely, of course, in theory, things like this can happen anytime and anywhere. Zhou Zhibai looked at him with dull eyes. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was surrounded by a colorful luster. She sat down blankly and sighed slightly. Forget it. Anyway, I'm with you guys. It seems that I won't be surprised if anything happens. Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. I'll find a way to hold it down. The next 5 minutes made Zhou Zhibai and the blue-clothed young man tremble with fear. If there was an accident, among the 7 people present, 3 of them would definitely be fine. 1 of them would give up, 2 of them wouldn't know what was going on, and only he knew the seriousness of the consequences. At this moment, cold sweat poured down from his head. He had neglected this matter. This was the fragile 3 elements world. If he let these great gods mess around here casually, he was afraid that the law and concept layer would sink together with the void. Okay. The blue-clothed young man wiped his sweat and turned his head. So fast? Let's consider it as carefully checking the situation within the safe range. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly and turned her gaze. 27,000 meters to the northeast, there is a trace left behind by it. It should be the oldest trace in this country. Hey, didn't you find the main body? The girl in the cloak listened and pursed her lip. After all, it's within the safe range. Yun Nuoshing sighed helplessly. If you want me to find the main body directly, I can do that. But I can't guarantee what will happen to this place. That thing seems to be hiding very well. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly. That is to say, to break the other party's concealment, I need to use more power. When the time comes, it will affect the surroundings. What kind of damage will it cause is completely unpredictable. Then, let's not delay. The girl in the cloak slammed the table and stood up. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed out of the door. Hurry up and find the trouble. No, hurry up and find the clues. Since it's the biggest trace, it might have been left behind from the very beginning. If there's someone there, they might know something. The group of people in the hall quickly followed. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. This place is 27 kilometers to the northeast. I seem to have a little impression of it. That place should belong to a cultivator organization. Zhou Zhibai scratched her head in confusion. Why don't I have any impression of it? It's very simple. The number of serious cultivators, and cultivators with a relatively high realm, is too small. The blue-clothed young man turned around and shrugged at her. Miss Zhou, although you're in Jiang City, you might not know as much as Uncle Lu and I do about some of the smaller cultivator organizations. Most of them belong to the Alliance of Cultivators, as well as some large clans and forces with inheritances. There are also some small organizations and groups that don't have many capable cultivators. 70 to 80% of the members are ordinary people who know the inside story. The rest are probably cultivators, and the ratio is about 20 to 1. Well, there are actually more small organizations like this in the world, and some of them even have a history that can be traced back. Perhaps they were once a large hidden clan or something, but they declined and became what they are today. Every year, Uncle Lu will take in those loose cultivators and small groups of wandering cultivators. But even so, there are still many of them. Some of them failed and only strengthened the management. Some of them, they don't even have the value of being taken in. The blue-clothed young man laughed dryly as he touched his chin. In order to let everyone understand this more straightforwardly, he gave a very straightforward example. Some cultivators, for various reasons, have awakened and opened up this path, but they themselves are not suitable for this path. It's the cliché of talent, and there's no there's no time and conditions to make up for this. So, most of the people who have opened up this path are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, just a little bit. I remember reading a piece of news last time. It seems that someone from a sports class in a university in a certain city pinned a person to the ground and gave him a good beating. Just by looking at the story, it seemed like dozens of people were beating up a person. But in fact, that person was a cultivator. Not long after he embarked on this path, his self-confidence soared and he became arrogant. He provoked the people from the sports class and fought with them. But he didn't expect that there were a few martial artists in the class. After a few rounds of beating, he was knocked down to the ground and given a good beating. We thought for a moment and said, in the end it was still a group fight, although the reason was a little different. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly and said, anyway, that's what it means. Not all cultivators who have just awakened and practiced for 2 days can break away from the category of ordinary people. Isn't the human realm still afraid of guns and bullets? Even the 4C realm can't withstand the deterrence of nuclear weapons. I don't know about the 2 realms above that. After all, they have disappeared. Anyway, no matter how strong he was limited to this small life star. He was used to the situation of fighting in the 8 elements realm. Now that he was reliving it again, he had a different feeling. At the top of a skyscraper there was a huge room. Except for the walls leading to the inside, which were made of tough light materials, the other 3 walls were made of dark glass. This was the highest point of Jiang City. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, he could see more than half of Jiang City. He liked the feeling of overlooking everything in the world. So, before you go into self-indulgent mode, can you tell me when you're going to reimburse my car? On the sofa in the room sat a young man in his 20s or 30s in casual clothes. His coat was open casually. He looked depressed and impatient, crossing his legs and supporting his chin with his right hand, and said, "Your bad taste hasn't changed after several years. Don't you feel dizzy looking down from such a high place?" "Don't say that, friend." The young man standing by the window had a swept-back hairstyle, black-rimmed glasses, a suit, and a branded watch. From his clothes to his accessories, none of them were simple items. He was full of the aura of a successful person and said, "It's just a small failure. Don't be so irritable. Even if it fails, it's not a problem. Anyway, we just need to make sure that as few people know about it as possible. Even if they do know about it, well, let them know about it. There are also a small number of people in the Alliance of Cultivators who know about it. We just need to make sure that they don't know what it is." "But, Su Tai, are you sure you weren't joking with me last time?" The young man in casual clothes named Su Tai instantly stood up angrily and said, "I'm joking with you." "A joke? Don't tell me you don't know what material my car is made of. It's custom-made with an alloy that's 10 years ahead of the world's technology. It's just a matter of changing 2 tires if it takes a direct hit from a missile." As he spoke, he suddenly threw a piece of charred debris on the table and said, "Take a look for yourself. Take a good look at it. Motherf ****, that person is like a ghost." He stood in the middle of the road and took a direct hit from 470 kilometers per hour, but nothing happened to him. On the contrary, I almost spiraled into the sky, and my beloved car really did fly into the sky. At that moment, I thought I hit a meteor head-on. If it weren't for them showing mercy, I would have already flown into the sky along with 1/3, January 3rd, and January 3rd. The young man in glasses picked up the twisted piece of metal, raised his eyes and glanced at the irritable Sutai, and said, "Maybe he's a cultivator?" "Nonsense. Do you think an ordinary person can do that? Moreover, he has to be at least at the Earth realm." Sutai fiercely exhaled, and sat down on the sofa, waving his hands vigorously. "In any case, I'm scared. I can't handle this. If you're interested in them, then find someone else. So, when will my car be reimbursed?" "There's no rush. I'll give you a better car after a while. For now." The door suddenly opened with a bang, and a man in a suit who seemed to be a bodyguard rushed into the room, causing the two of them to stop talking and look over. "Boss, bad news." A group of people rushed in and went straight to the basement. The young man and Sutai were both startled. The former unhurriedly adjusted the screen of the computer, projecting a huge image in the space in front of them. Sutai glanced at the image, and was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the window. "Holy shit! Why is it them?" Of the 7 people in the image, 4 of them were the 4 people he met by the river. At this moment, they were driving the Peerless through the spacious basement corridor. None of the bodyguards and security guards who rushed up to them could get within a meter of them. They were all sent flying by an unknown force, crashing into the wall, hanging on the ceiling, and fainting. "Those are the people you were talking about?" The young man in glasses frowned. "This is troublesome. There's residual energy released by the divine artifact in the basement. From the looks of it, they seem to know something and can accurately sense it. Even if it's covered by thousands of tons of concrete, there's no way to completely block the energy of the divine artifact. They actually managed to find this place." "Huh. You still have that thing?" Sutai suddenly rushed to the front of the table and slammed the table as he shouted at the youth, "That energy will kill you all. Didn't I tell you not to keep it by your side? Why did you still put it in the basement?" "Of course, it's valuable." The young man glanced at him and waved his hand. "Let's go, friend. We'll go down and meet them." "I'm not doing it." Sutai's expression suddenly changed. He kept retreating and shaking his head. His face was full of fear. "If you want to die, go by yourself. I'll never go. I won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death." Car. 10 seconds later, in the private elevator, Sutai squatted in the corner of the elevator with a gloomy face. He and the young man in glasses followed the elevator to the basement quickly. He stared at the number on the screen and kept muttering in his heart, I still feel a little regretful. It's better to find a chance to escape." Sutai thought. In the basement, Yun Nuoshing and the others were walking quickly in the passage made of silver metal. Their footsteps fell on the floor with crisp, clanking sounds. Behind them was a large group of people lying on the ground, hugging their arms, necks, or stomachs as they wailed. The girl with the ponytail seemed to have never seen such a scene. She looked at the large group of people lying behind her, and pulled the young man in blue worriedly. Aren't we here to look for something?" "Yes, the thing is inside. It's definitely not easy to talk about it, and there's no need to talk." The young man in blue nodded. Her face was blank. So they didn't plan to talk from the beginning and just directly barged in. The entire basement was like a huge underground space. The silver metal divided the space into many sections. There were forks, but there weren't many, so it didn't feel like a maze. The overall size and scale of the place were about the same, and Yun Nuoshing had already explored it. A straight road leads to the innermost area. The left and right intersections lead to other sections. It's not as complicated as you think. The light in the underground passage seemed to be coming from the ceiling. The 2 sides of the 3 to 4 meter wide passage seemed to be divided into spaces. There were empty rooms inside, about 10 meters in length and width. They were separated from the passage by a thin layer of space. The entrance should be at the other section at the end of the forks. They could only observe from here. However, these spaces were empty. The things left behind told them what the original purpose of this place was. They didn't know if the plan was cancelled or it was not time to carry it out yet. This futuristic feeling is a little strange. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but say, it's a bit like what we saw on the island in the secret realm last time. They used some special materials. Although we didn't know what the futuristic feeling was, he could distinguish a lot of things just by feeling. These metals are good at shielding energy. The entire huge underground space is made of these things. They've hidden something underground. If I'm not mistaken. He turned his head to look at the girl in the cloak. The latter immediately grimaced and rolled up her sleeves. They must have hidden its energy here. But why is there no one here? She looked at the space on both sides of the passage and pouted unhappily. I haven't beaten enough yet. Yes, those people flying around, hanging on the ceiling, and embedded in the walls were not done by Yun Nuoxing and the others. It was this girl who did it. The strange power scared Zhou Zibai and the other girl with a ponytail. Yun Nuoxing looked up. The life force is behind us. There are no more guards here. The road ahead is unimpeded. TSK, this is not fun. Hui smiled bitterly. They said that they came for the energy traces left behind by that something. Why did they start beating people up? This girl was really not serious. Yun Nuoxing was suddenly startled. Someone is coming. But there are only 2 people in the room. Oh, it's the leader. The blue-clothed youth nodded in realization. Full of motivation, he quickened his pace and said, let's hurry up and kill them. Let's loot their equipment. Kill them. Kill them until their levels reach 0. Yun Nuoxing and the others were confused. What was this guy talking about? In the deepest part of the underground space, there was a huge hexagonal door in front of them. Judging from the joints and gaps, it should be open from 6 directions. Clang. The girl in the cloak punched a big hole in the door. She clapped her hands and put her hands on her hip. Break through directly. Why open the door? You'll be punished by the heavens if you touch our stuff without permission. The huge space behind the door was the same as the cages they saw on both sides of the passage, but it was bigger. Also, when they looked up, they could see a dense dark aura hanging in the air like a thick cumulonimbus cloud. Welcome, uninvited guests. The voice from the depths drew the attention of Yun Nuoxing and the others. They turned around and saw a young man with slicked back hair and an impatient young man with his hands in his pockets. His emotions were written all over his face. Why am I here? Why didn't I escape in the first place? And I'm a little regretful. The blue-clothed youth walked forward with one hand on his hip. He pointed at the 2 people opposite him with his chin up. Cut the crap. If you want to transform, do it now. If you don't, we'll rush in. The 2 people opposite him were startled. The girl in the cloak was a little worried. No, it's not like that. If you transform with that thing, you'll be miserable. Even your soul may be crushed. TSK, the mastermind likes this trick. If you don't give them some time to transform, how can they get better equipment and materials? Yun Nuoxing felt dizzy and covered her face. What has this guy been talking about since the beginning? Chapter 1778. To be able to reach this place, it means that you have considerable strength. Unfortunately, you put your strength in unnecessary places and came here to die. You're really impatient. The young man wearing black-rimmed glasses suddenly laughed. As he took a step forward, a transparent glass-like barrier suddenly rose from the floor in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. It went straight to the ceiling, separating them from the other 2 in 2 spaces. The cloaked girl rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush forward, but Yun Nuoxing grabbed her by the back of her collar and moved her to the side. You're very calm. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Hui shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the transparent glass in front of him. He gave it a gentle push, but it didn't move at all. There were even energy patterns on the glass. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be Dao marks. Moreover, many of them had relatively complete rule power and were ancient Dao marks. He didn't know how many ancient Dao marks were used to make this thing so sturdy. It was no wonder that the two opposite were so calm. They were determined that no one could break this thing. Useless. The young man put his hands in his pockets and couldn't help but laugh. This kind of Tao mark used to strengthen defense is a relic left behind from ancient times. It can absorb the attacker's power and use it for defense, unless the attack you send out can exceed your own power. We've played this kind of little trick countless years ago. Hui shrugged again. He used a little bit of rule power and poked the center of the transparent glass with one finger. Suddenly, the entire glass-cast barrier burst apart like an exploding pile of snow. It broke apart into thousands of pieces and fell down like snowflakes. Well, it's just a special way of operating energy. Hui laughed indifferently. Rule power can give many characteristics, but as long as it exists in the described state, it can be destroyed. It's just a matter of using a little more rule power. He didn't even need to use his brain. His rule power was stronger than the rule power contained in the barrier. He could easily destroy this so-called characteristic. That's a little surprising. When Yun Nuoshing and the others continued to move forward, the young man laughed unhurriedly and opened his hands to them. Many of the forces stationed here have this kind of power. It seems that you didn't rely on luck to get here. Of course. Yun Nuoshing nodded. My luck is usually pretty bad, so I'll crush anything that plays with luck. There's no such thing as betting on luck. Everyone. No, that guy obviously didn't mean that. You don't have to answer so seriously. Bang. A thick and heavy wall, which was still made of transparent glass, fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others, blocking their path once again. This time, countless Tao marks appeared on the glass before anyone could attack it. They were so densely packed that everyone was stunned. So many ancient Tao marks. Zhou Zibai was stunned. A magic weapon with a thumb-sized ancient Taoist mark was already a rare treasure, but this wall was engraved with it. This looked really exaggerated. He really liked building tortoise shells, but defense alone was not enough to win. Only attack and destruction were the true truths of the void. With this broken wall, it could be. Wait a minute, the wall didn't seem big this time? The cloaked girl was slightly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly rushed out. She punched the glass wall directly. The powerful punch made the underground space tremble, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye spread along the wall. However, this punch, which was enough to break mountains and split rocks, did not shatter the layer of glass. Even if they sensed the power of law in this punch, it was still the same. TSK, this is troublesome. I hate this thing the most, but how can there be something of this scale in this place? The cloaked girl took 2 steps back angrily and shook her white little hand. Yun Nuoshing walked forward and touched it. Then, he let out a long "oh" and said to Hui and the little girl in their souls, "It's something that's bound and locked with chains of rules. The rules of this thing bind all the rules within a radius of a few thousand miles together. Its defensive power is equivalent to the sturdiness of this area. Moreover, if it's destroyed rashly, it will blow up the entire area." The blue-clothed young man seemed to have discovered something as well. He scratched his head with a headache. A complete ancient Tao mark, or even more ancient and powerful, so that it has the same defensive power as this world. Yun Nuoshing clenched his fists and looked at the barrier. It's just a simple and crude barrier. Do you think I would care about these few thousand miles? At most, I will slowly restore it after this. Look at my slap. Zhou Zibai pulled him back with all her strength and smiled bitterly. Don't you still have to care? Hui looked at Feng being pushed back and smiled bitterly. He transmitted his voice to the blue-clothed young man. I have never heard of the so-called ancient powerhouses in this place having this kind of ability. No, actually, I'm not too sure. The blue-clothed youth replied with a bitter smile. Logically speaking, this level of complete nomological power should be something that only those in the upper and middle realms can barely control. The powerhouses of ancient times that I know of shouldn't have reached this level, probably? However, if it's a powerhouse from a higher era than the ancient times, maybe. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly, but that place has completely disappeared. It really can't be found at all. We can only speculate from the clues that such an era once existed. As for what it was like, no one can say clearly. Then, Hui scratched his head and frowned. Well, this is still a magical world. It seems that there are still some mysteries. He shook his head and shouted to the young man, "You don't think that you can rest easy with this thing, do you? It's just a broken shield. It can be broken with a little time. You still can't escape your fate. Although it's a little troublesome to deal with it, we won't compromise because of this. Cutting off its connection with this area and destroying it, although it's a little troublesome, it's nothing more than that." The cloaked girl narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "If you want to escape, this will be your last chance. Turn around and run, brat. Just run away in a sorry state. When the door is opened, I won't be so patient." Yun Nuoxing expressed that he wanted to punch it, but he was jointly pressed down by Hui and Zhou Zibai. He felt good punching it, but this place was also good. Thousands of miles, it was estimated that this place was the size of several provinces. Who knew how many lives were in it? Yes, they did have a way to get rid of this thing without using pure violence. However, that little bit of movement was estimated to not be less than that of a violent demolition. After all, it was a confrontation with the power of the rules of this world. No matter how gentle it was, it would still cause a little bit of damage. Although they could keep the door intact by breaking in, the lock would definitely be destroyed. Occasionally, if they failed to break in, the door might also be removed. The young man on the opposite side didn't panic at all when he heard this. He waved his finger unhurriedly. "Escape? No, you think too much. On the contrary, if you leave now, I can still let you go." "What if I say I don't want to leave?" Hui crossed his arms. He was very curious about what the other party's trump card was. In short, it was definitely not this shield. Attack and destruction were the truth of this void. Since there was a shield, the other party must have prepared a corresponding spear. In this place, the only thing he could think of was the gloomy cumulonimbus cloud above his head. "If you don't." The young man smiled faintly and took a step back. On the flat silver-white ground, a square glass pillar suddenly rose. It was engraved with ancient Tao marks and extended towards the cloud above. "Then please take a look at our new power." There were probably more Tao marks engraved on the glass pillar than on the wall. There were 3 layers of Tao marks on the inside and 3 layers of Tao marks on the outside. The entire transparent pillar was almost dyed in a different color. Even though there was a thick barrier between them, they could still feel the powerful energy contained in that thing. "It's a pity that I can't fully control this power. If I use it slightly, it will cause me to lose control." The young man touched the pillar with his hand and said unhurriedly. It was as if he was talking to Yun Nuoxing and the others, but it was more like he was talking to himself. "It's really a power that makes people sigh. Originally, I planned to use 5 years to better control it, but you uninvited guests appeared out of nowhere and completely ruined my plan. Now is not the best time, but there is no way to take more into consideration." The glass pillar engraved with ancient Tao marks had reached into the cumulonimbus cloud. The dark energy began to boil as if it was stimulated by something. The clouds rolled, and a huge energy that contained countless negative information was crazily shaking in the hall. Just the waves that swept through the hall made Zhou Zibai and the others look slightly gloomy. Do you want to think about it again?" The cloaked girl gritted her teeth and walked forward. She leaned against the glass wall and whispered to the young man. Her tone was a little softer. "This thing is really not fun. It's really miserable to use this thing. Let's discuss it. If you cooperate with us honestly, we won't do anything to you, okay?" "Haha, I'm afraid it's too late to realize it now." The young man laughed loudly. His hands that were pressed against the glass pillar were constantly flickering with gold and gray light. There was energy surging, as if it was connected to the dark energy. The surging energy was surging along the pillar, bringing with it an irresistible heavenly might that descended from the sky. It made Su Tai's heart palpitate, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. Look, this is the power of creation. This is the ultimate existence in this world. This is the power of God. The young man laughed loudly. The dark energy had already poured into his body along the pillar. The unprecedented power made him laugh even more unscrupulously. Power, the supreme power, this is the power of a true God. You can't imagine how powerful this power is. I am a God that has descended to this world. Ah yes, I feel it. You can't stop it. What's with your expressions? The young man only heard his own passionate speech, and didn't hear anything else. When he turned his head, he saw the strange actions of Yun Nuoxing and the others. The blue-clothed young man was covering the eyes of his cohabitant. Yun Nuoxing, in turn, covered Zhou Zhibai's eyes, and then dragged her back a step. She and the others looked at him expressionlessly, and their faces were full of pity and regret. I'm afraid that this kid's brain is completely fried. Several people sighed in their hearts in unison. Oh, it's nothing. Continue, don't stop. The cloaked girl waved her hand, and then shrank back in Yun Nuoxing's hands. She stretched out her hand and carefully poked her head out. We're looking forward to it. You come closer. And come closer. Don't worry, we won't beat you. Hui shouted at Su Tai through the glass wall. Su Tai trembled as he looked at the young man. That mighty energy made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. When he heard Hui's voice, he also trembled and moved to the wall. He held his head and squatted down. The young man's stunned expression lasted for a while. After a moment, it turned into disdain and anger. Pretending to be mysterious. You're just a group of ignorant scoundrels. Just you wait. You'll regret it. I'll make you beg for death. You'll. The vibrating dark energy suddenly expanded violently. Then, an excessively violent and abnormal movement came from inside. Some kind of huge energy collapsed inside and pulled out a few energy thunderbolts. In an instant, it spread through the entire cloud layer. The violent and restless appearance made the young man stunned. An even more indescribable energy surged into his body through the pillar, causing his body to expand 3 to 4 times its original size in 2 seconds. His clothes were torn apart, and even his glasses were blown apart. An endless negative energy was running amok in his body. It was completely uncontrollable, causing his eyes to become as red as blood. The space around his body was already distorted, as if there was a pair of hands squeezing him together with the space around him. The energy can't stop. The young man looked at the people who had become small, and saw himself expanding into a giant. The veins on his body were bulging, and dark energy was constantly gushing out of his opened pores. The abnormal energy had not stopped surging into his body. The anger and ecstasy on his face instantly turned into fear. Stop! Stop! No, this power, don't! Yun Nuoxing pressed hard on Zhou Zhibai's eyes and ears. A moment later, a thunder-like explosion was heard after a few seconds of delay. Flesh and blood were all over the 4 walls. Su Tai, who was shrinking under the glass wall, also screamed. He was covered with a mass of rotten flesh and sticky gray blood. The glass wall behind him was imprinted with his shadow. Smelly, it stinks to death. Su Tai screamed. Hui expressed deep sympathy that this child would have nightmares in the future. The dark energy was strengthened by more than 4 to 5 times in an instant. It raged and spread throughout the entire space. The glass wall also retracted into the ground with the disappearance of the controller, releasing the dark energy towards the entire underground space. However, when they had just poked their heads out for a distance, a pair of white little hands propped up a golden energy barrier and blocked them all. I told you not to do it, don't do it, but you didn't listen. Now it's so disgusting. How do you want me, a girl, to do it? The dark energy was mixed with the flesh and blood of the young man, and it was dyed with a little scarlet, which made it even more disgusting and evil. The cloaked girl wanted to vomit when she saw it. When she thought of using her cute hands to beat it up, she vomited. Ah, it really blew up. Hui murmured expressionlessly. He sighed and shook his head. How many times have I told you not to play with power that you can't control? Seeing his shrewd appearance, I thought he would be able to play with this thing, but in the end, the face of the blue-clothed young man twitched. In the end, he still took the risk out of desperation. He didn't even have time to transform before it blew up. Now all his equipment is blown up. Zhou Zibai looked at the bloody wall. There were some pieces of rotten flesh on the wall that kept sliding down, which made this horrifying scene a few levels higher. She glanced at it and sniffed the bloody smell that filled the space. She rolled her eyes and quickly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand and pressed it on her eyes. She covered her nose with both hands. Lend me. Yun Nuoxing curled her lips. Well, even a strong girl like this can't stand this kind of disgusting scene. Looking at her nose that seems to have been smelled, and she wanted to hold her breath, I feel a little sympathetic. This scene is purely disgusting. Although they can accept it, they still don't like to see it. 90% of people who come in and take a look would probably go out and find a trash can to vomit. The cloaked girl resisted the nausea and used 5 minutes to deal with the dark energy. When the last wisp of energy was removed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her hands that were dyed scarlet, she sucked in a cold breath and rubbed her hands fiercely. A burst of fluorescent light flashed, and it returned to normal. Then, she lowered her head and sniffed. With a look of disgust, she said, "Corrosion! Corrosion! It's going to rot. Forget it, business is more important." She muttered and shook her hands, but she still couldn't resist the disgust in her heart. She quickly raised her right hand, and a burst of golden light burst out from her palm and swept across the entire hall. Ah, cough, cough. Reverse, resurrect, lost brat. Let me give you a chance to repent. The flashing golden light caused the flesh and blood in the hall to gather together. With a flash of golden light, the figure of the bespectacled young man was formed again. He fell to the ground and screamed. He seemed to be completely fine, and even his eyes and clothes were restored to their original state. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dead. This is an illusion. The young man looked at the ceiling in a daze. His eyes were dull, and he kept repeating these words. Everyone came forward to look, and they all said that he might be on the verge of collapse. Resurrection. Zhou Zibai reached out and pinched her face. She frowned in pain. It hurts, it's not a dream. However, it felt like a dream. Get up, collapse your head. After making a big fuss and having fun, you want to run away? It doesn't exist. The cloaked girl pulled him up and gave him 2 slaps on his face. She snorted softly and said, "Why don't you dream about something more realistic? God's power? This **T thing can only turn you into a retard, just like how you are now." No. But, that's the power of God. That's the supreme power of God. Why? The young man's eyes were still dull, as if he hadn't woken up from a dream. Why are you talking about God? Please don't talk about this word whenever you encounter something. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and said lightly, "You don't even know what God is. You don't know whether God is an illusory concept or a real thing to you. When you encounter a powerful force, you say, 'Ah, this is the power that God gave me.' Are you sure that it's not a disaster that God gave you? In the end, no matter what kind of power you obtain, you're just seeking your own death because you don't understand this seemingly unimportant concept." The cloaked girl looked back at him and said with a little surprise, "Oh, you know quite well." The young man's confused and dull expression suddenly became a little ferocious. "No. It shouldn't be like this. Yes. It shouldn't be like this. It's all you guys who ruined everything. If only I had enough time, I would have." We rushed up and kicked the young man to the wall. Looking at the young man who fell to the ground and fainted, Hui rolled his eyes. You're so annoying. Can't you be more straightforward like a human? Babbling, 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 are you retarded? The cloaked girl looked at him blankly. You knocked him out. Who am I supposed to ask? Well, you can't ask a normal question with him like that anyway. That's true. But there's someone here. Yun Nuoshing walked over from the side and grabbed Su Tai, who was huddled by the wall and had just recovered. She threw him on the ground. He might know something. Su Tai looked up at the people who surrounded him with fierce expressions. His face twitched and wrinkled like a bitter gourd. I told you we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it, but we had to come down and do it. This servant is going to lose his life. After handing the person over to the cloaked girl to deal with, Yun Nuoshing and the other two came to the side of the glass pillar. After experiencing a shocking explosion of energy, the pillar did not even have a scratch on it. It was just that the ancient Tao marks were a little darker. It looks like a lightning rod. We reached out and poked the pillar a few times. There are many complete rules in it. This is the best semi-rule creation we've seen since we came here. Well, it can twist an existing object into the appearance of a rule creation. However, it's still very crude, simple, and crude. It just absorbs energy and there's no way to control it at all. This thing is the kind of thing that just builds a bridge, doesn't care about people coming and going on the bridge, and doesn't care about whether there's a flood under the bridge. So, I made him explode. Zhou Zhibai leaned over and listened to this and whispered, but what's the matter with the power of the gods he mentioned? That brainless guy thinks that the strong power he encountered is the mark left behind by the god. Hui spread his hands and said bluntly, if he had to say, the dark aura was a little related to the chaos of the void. The power of the rules was very weak, but it was strong enough for mortals. It was not wrong to say that it was a god. However, as Maple said just now, they were not sure whether the gods were an illusory concept or a real thing to them. How could they talk about gods? In the end, it was just a delusion. Only they could say this. After all, they knew very well that the so-called life of a god was bitter. Just like themselves, a large group of origins and primeval heavenly gods were placed in the front line of the void to fight endless battles. They were busy all over the void. It was a life of hard work. Ah, so troublesome. The cloaked girl left Su Tai and walked over. She crossed her arms and said to Yun Nuoshing and the others, it's involved in other things again. It's so troublesome. What if I don't want to do it? Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and said, bonuses and props. The cloaked girl's pretty face twitched, and her face was full of bitterness. Okay, then I'll work harder. Chapter 1779. Sometimes, going out on a mission is like grabbing a ball of yarn. Even if you only grab a single thread, the more you pull, the messier it becomes. Perhaps it won't end until you pull it to the end. The cloaked girl sighed gloomily at the sky. Her eyes were filled with distracting thoughts. She reached out her hand and pressed on the glass pillar that was used to guide the dark presence. She sighed gloomily. This pillar. It used a little of that thing's energy. No wonder it could guide this residue. Logically speaking, even if it was placed right in front of you, it would only affect you. No one would have the right to mess with it. That thing probably didn't just appear here and circle around. It should have been touched by you people, right? The cloaked girl kicked Su Tai, who was kneeling on the ground, uneasily. She spoke in a dissatisfied tone. You really are a nuisance. Every move you make will bring you destruction. You lost brats. Hurry up and tell me. What did you do to that thing? Su Tai shook his head vigorously with his face full of sweat. His sweat was all over the floor. He pointed at the young man who was still paralyzed on the ground. That thing has always been under his charge. I only know that he kept mumbling about something like divine artifact and divine artifact's energy. Just like what he said just now. I don't know the specifics. I was also assigned to monitor outside to see if anyone noticed that energy. If necessary, I was to eliminate anyone who noticed it, so that no one could find us through that energy. Heh. What else do you know other than that? Explain everything clearly to me. There's another thing. That's right. The divine artifact he mentioned was not brought back by anyone. It suddenly appeared in this basement that was originally set aside for other purposes. We couldn't move it, so we could only modify this space. However, it shouldn't have been here for too long. It might have only been here for a week before it disappeared. Other than that, I don't know anything else. The cloaked girl squinted her eyes. Her pale silver eyes had a weak energy flowing around them. She looked at Su Tai for a moment and then reluctantly dispersed her energy. All right, you're honest. The moment the energy dissipated, Su Tai also felt his body become twice as light. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't plan to hide anything. In front of this group of people who looked like humans but were beyond his understanding. If he hid anything, he wouldn't even know how he died. Anyway, he was scared. Seeing that guy who had said several times that he couldn't deal with him play himself to death and be revived, he decided that he couldn't disobey this group of people no matter what. If he could survive today, he would go back to the countryside and build a shabby house to spend his old age in advance. She turned around and poked the pillar, saying, "Does anyone else know of its existence? Except for those people you just mentioned. It should be gone?" Su Tai wiped the sweat off his chin. "Probably? The other trouble you mentioned just now, is it related to other people?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. "I was mentally prepared, but I didn't want things to develop in this direction even if I was beaten to death." The girl lowered her head and tugged at her cloak. She sighed in distress. This matter was just like what she said just now. She dragged it deeper and deeper. It said that on the day the divine weapon ran out by itself, someone else happened to break in. However, they were a step too late and missed. What happened after that? I know what happened after that. A group of people chased after the divine weapon all over the world, causing a series of disasters. The blue-clothed youth suddenly realized something and snapped his fingers. So the thing that they chased after for more than a year was the divine weapon that you guys were talking about. Everyone. We pushed Feng to the side and quickly went forward. No, how did you connect the dots? The blue-clothed youth pointed at this place. Of course, it's because the people who broke in last time were Uncle Lu's people. When I went to the Alliance to look for Uncle Lu, I saw a photo of this place. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. So it's because I've seen it before and thought that I was in a trance. Su Tai. So it's the people from the Alliance of Cultivators. Then. No wonder. Alright, then we're back to square one. Hui said to the girl in the cloak. We probably don't have to worry about the people from the Alliance. Let him go back and let them know. They should be very willing to cooperate with us. The girl scratched her head. What's going on? Hui simply repeated what the blue-clothed youth said to him. After listening to him, she let out a long "oh." I see. That thing itself has a certain degree of energy. When it was moving through space, the energy might have leaked out. That's why it's like this. She fell silent as she spoke. She looked troubled and conflicted. It's so troublesome. If that's the case, I still have to deal with the aftermath. If the higher-ups find out, they'll definitely deduct my bonus. No, that won't do. I can't be blamed for this. It's been more than a year and I haven't come yet. It's all because of the time difference. Even if the higher-ups find out, they won't be able to do anything to me. Yes, it's not my fault. I don't know. Everyone. She's really good at pushing the blame. It's fine as long as we solve this perfectly. Now is the time. Now is the time. The girl waved her hand and walked to the side. She grabbed Su Tai and asked him all sorts of questions. She couldn't wait to ask him what kind of underwear he was wearing that day. The young man in blue suddenly took out his phone and walked to the side while pressing the button. Oh, I have to tell Uncle Lu and the others quickly, lest they encounter it in such a short time. If that happens, it will be a big deal. They can't handle this kind of thing. After knowing that the people involved could be considered as people on their side, everyone felt more at ease. At least, they didn't have to suddenly kill their way into other people's territory or forcefully break into people's houses. However, the situation still hadn't changed. They still didn't know where that damned divine weapon had gone. Feng, raise the level of the outside of the specifications a little more? Hui looked forward and reached out to pull Feng, who was standing behind him. Yun Nuoxing removed the entire glass pillar with a click. She glanced at him and calmly stroked her long hair. She gently placed the pillar on the ground. The sensing of the rules last time was already close to the limit that this place can withstand. If I were to raise it a little more. She took a deep breath and said faintly, I really don't know what will happen. Playing disco in the concept level of the rules had an impact on the real world. From the smallest area having abnormal rules, such as the sudden disappearance of light, to the largest area directly destroying the entire planet. These were all uncertain things. There was no reason for them to not have any grievances with each other. It wasn't worth it to drag the entire place into the void, right? There's no other way. I have to use some special methods on my side. The cloaked girl sighed softly. She finally let go of Su Tai, who had already finished speaking and could only stammer. She walked towards Yun Nuoxing and the others. I'll leave for a while and do something else. I'll see if I can get any special information. Hui looked at her body that was beginning to glow with a faint golden light. He couldn't help but say, don't waste half a day and lose yourself. The girl who was in the middle of being teleported staggered and almost fell out. I'm not that confused, her voice was cut off. The teleportation took her to an unknown place. There seemed to be a weak power of the rules flickering for a moment. Uncle Lu's side has been clearly explained. He said that he will cooperate with us. The blue-clothed youth tidied up his clothes and walked back. After hearing about the danger of this matter, he also planned to cancel the other missions first and prioritize solving this strange divine artifact before it causes more harm. But even so, there are no clues now. According to Uncle Lu, the latest trace that was found should be the one that was found 5 days ago. It's located at the South Pole. Well, there's nothing else, the blue-clothed youth said as he spread out his hands. He glanced at the broken glass pillar and then looked at everyone who seemed to be fine. He opened his mouth and said, Then let's leave first? Oh, if there's nothing else, let's leave. Hui nodded. He took 2 steps and went back the way he came. He pointed at Su Tai and the young man who was still lying on the ground and muttering, What about these 2 people? I asked Uncle Lu to deal with it. We don't have to worry about this side. Divine artifact, this thing was not special in Huey's understanding and cognition. It was just that the things at the beginning of the God level were called divine artifact. They preferred to call them God level product. Then, they classified most of the things at the later God level as the creation of rules. It was too ambiguous to simply call it a divine artifact. They liked to divide it, but they also knew that in this mortal world, divine artifact represented the word of absolute power. First, it was just like how mortals always like to talk about gods and fantasize about the so-called gods. They always felt that the gods would leave behind a lot of things, so they regarded them as divine artifacts. Let's not talk about whether those were divine weapons or divine items. He had no idea what the gods in this mortal world were talking about. How was he supposed to categorize them? Mere mortals. Couldn't they be more unified? Well, he was just shouting. He didn't mean anything else. If there really was a divine artifact left behind by the gods, he felt that it might be a daily item. Don't ask why. If you asked, the answer would be the tea-set of the heavenly god of origin. In this case, the things left behind by the gods might be just rubbish left in the world. The existence of the divine artifact was known to Lu Weiran through the blue-clothed young man. It also made the entire alliance of cultivators operate at high speed. They were too lazy to ask about the specific situation. They just wanted to wait for the results. In this situation where everything was restricted, they could only wait in the villa like a salted fish. It was really too enjoyable. Ah no, it was really too sullen. He still wanted to solve this mess as soon as possible and then go to the Pacific Ocean for a few rounds. It's just that it may be difficult to get results in a short time. The blue-clothed young man held his chin and sighed. The new news seems to say that there are many people like us abroad who know about this thing. It's probably because of the movement caused by it. These are the results of the investigation. Once it involves the whole world, a lot of information will be collected. Uncle Lou asked me specifically how much damage it will cause. How should I respond? We thought for a while and said, it's the extent of 100 mortal immortals risking their lives to strike. Or you can say that if the divine artifact explodes in the South Pole, it will open a hole in the North Pole. 7 to 8 billion people will spiral into the sky. The blue-clothed young man and Zhou Zibai. The truth in his words was half true and half threatening. It was hard to say whether it was a threat or not. Based on the current situation, if it could leave such a dark aura that could harm mortals by 70 to 80 stars in the world, its true form must be even more ridiculous. Even if such an unknown thing suddenly exploded with a bang, it would be completely impossible to cause any impact to them. At most, it would be a gorgeous firework passing through, and they would watch the dust gather and scatter. Yellow sand filled the sky. It would be a scene of desolation and endless desolation. The sea turned to dust, and the world was only left with a bloody sunset. The three of them sat in the ruins, looking at each other in silence. Or the four of them? Perhaps it was because the level of the thing they were dealing with was not particularly high, so they were a little listless. He finally knew why Maple usually squinted his eyes and looked like he could fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Although he felt that the observer was just used to being lazy when he had nothing to do, at this moment, other than communicating with Jing Yuanji for a minute or two every day, there was probably nothing that could make him a little spirited. The interest of the cloaked girl in that aspect had been proven to be a short-lived passion. The blue-clothed young man was also helping to sort out the information from Lu Weiran. The three of them were responsible for slacking, and being bystanders. After all, this matter was related to the local area, so they could handle it themselves. The people of this life star had caused trouble, so they had to clean it up themselves. If they could not clean it up, then they would take their time to appear. Moreover, this was the work they had been doing for more than a year. They could only be regarded as outsiders. Friendship was friendship, and helping was another matter. If they were really given full authority to solve this matter, there would probably be other people in the alliance who would be unhappy. Speaking of which, someone in the alliance of cultivators seems to have mentioned you guys. The blue-clothed young man suddenly threw down a pile of things and looked up at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Uncle Lu said that it was a steward of another district, and someone of similar status as him. You guys have thrown too much information into the alliance. For example, the matter of the hidden realm last time, and the matter of the divine artifact this time, there has been no progress for more than a year. But you guys have just squeezed in for a while and you have already made a lot of progress. You even captured 2 captives who had come in contact with the divine artifact. These things can't be stopped, and many people have become very curious. Let them be curious. It's fine as long as they don't disturb us. We leaned lazily on the sofa. They didn't plan to be secretive about their actions. If they had the time, they might as well deal with it directly and use more time to slack off. As long as they didn't have a what in their brain, they would be able to sense the abnormal aura overflowing from their unscrupulous actions. That Uncle Lu was the first person in the alliance to come into contact with them. He only knew a part of it and didn't go overboard. It was fine as long as he knew that they weren't enemies and didn't make any rash movements. He also didn't intend to investigate their real situation. However, since he was the person responsible for the country, the investigation of the case would definitely. No. Well, Uncle Lou wouldn't, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to find out anything. The same couldn't be said for the others. But even if they found out that he had a cerebral hemorrhage, they wouldn't be able to find out anything. As long as it wasn't in their faces, they would treat it as if nothing had happened. He still wanted to slack off peacefully. If he was a few days late, there might not be any more fish to slack off. Phone. Let's go. Let's go play. Turning his thoughts into motivation, Hui slapped the table and stood up. Without saying a word, he grabbed Feng and rushed out. Perhaps his reaction was very fast, but it was probably just a matter of convenience. Zhou Zhibai was sitting next to him, so he grabbed the girl along with him. The three of them whizzed out with a scream. The little girl followed behind unhurriedly, leaving the blue-clothed young man and his ponytailed girl staring at each other in a daze. It had been 5 or 6 eras since he really rested. Counting the next few eras, he probably would not have much time to rest. At this moment, he had a rare free time. In order to make up for the wonderful lifetime occupied by the War of Order that started 10 eras back to back, Hui had steeled his heart to slack off in this mortal world until he was satisfied. Well, Yun Nuoxing was not worried that this guy would be so happy that he would forget about home, but, he still felt a little guilty. He had to make it clear that it was not a sense of guilt towards the front line of the void. After all, Jing Yuanji had told him to rest every day. No matter how nervous he was, he could let it go a little. The guilt he was talking about was the guilt of being forced to wander around the world as the first thing he did in the void. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. He really hoped that nothing would happen at this time. The passive of this talent was to bring disaster to the neighbors. They could even pull down the void, let alone an ordinary world. In short, he liked this kind of relatively quiet and peaceful atmosphere, but he could not lift his spirit. His mind was still thinking, only thinking about the things on the other side. He did not resist Hui dragging him around the world. It would be better if Hui could go to some more ordinary places. However, Hui always dragged them to places with a lot of people, such as national landscapes, large squares, crowded pedestrian streets, all kinds of occasions, and he would aim to go where there were more people. That was really, traveling was like a show. Whenever they appeared, they would attract a grand crowd from all directions. He felt that this was purely looking for trouble for himself. It was rare for him to have a rest. Zhou Zhibai, the little girl, could not stand the excitement of running and flying all the way. She begged him to slow down so that they could rest in a corner of the amusement park with fewer people. Well, but why do you follow us out every time? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and asked curiously. When he mentioned this, Zhou Zhibai stared at him with a very speechless expression. After thinking for a while, she sighed speechlessly. I will definitely sit farther away from you in the future. Although it was late autumn, it was not so cold that she needed to wrap herself up like a dumpling. After all, she was in the south, a place that was hidden from the rest of the country during winter. When she was dragged out, she was still wearing casual short-sleeved shirts and trousers. She only felt a little cool. As a cultivator, she did not care much about the changes in temperature. However, when this slight coolness appeared, there were already people on the road who were wearing down and wrapped in sweaters, as if they wanted to arm themselves into a fortress. There were also people who were still wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts with infinite elegance without caring about the temperature. When the two sides met on the street, they looked at each other and felt that there might be something wrong with each other. When they came to the amusement park on a weekday, there were not many people. It was not crowded, and there was no long line. However, there were still a certain number of people. They just sat on the chairs under the tree and watched the people running around in the amusement park, laughing and chatting with each other. It was quite comfortable. Yun Nuoxing, who used to dislike the hustle and bustle of people, even if she laughed too loudly, could also adapt to the atmosphere here. Ah! It sounded like a small exclamation that was quite close. The group of people turned their eyes and saw a big boy in casual clothes standing 2 to 3 meters away from them with a bottle of happy drink in his hand. "It's you guys." I was too far away to confirm it. The big boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. "Oh, who's that?" "That little guy who got caught up in bad luck." Hui sat up straight on the chair, moved to the side, and patted the chair. He and the big boy had not officially met. They just saw each other that night. "How have you been these few days? Have you recovered from the inexplicable kidnapping?" "Well," the big boy took a sip of the drink and scratched his head. "It still doesn't feel real. It happened all of a sudden and ended all of a sudden. It seems that I haven't recovered from that time. I don't know what's going on. However, these few days, there is no change as usual. I continue to live my life. I am still a student. Well, the teacher heard about me and asked me to take a break for a while. So, I came here to play alone." "You guys are here to play too?" Hui pointed at Feng, who was sitting on the chair next to him and staring blankly ahead. "I brought him out to relax. Recently, he has been too busy and overworked. This guy doesn't know how to rest. I have to let him have a good rest before he completely kills himself and turns into a lunatic. I think I am in a normal state." Yun Nuoxing responded faintly. Hui spread his hands and grinned. The big boy looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. "See, I told you he was trying to be brave." Hui could not help but smile bitterly. He looked at Yun Nuoxing carefully. After a while, he felt that his mind was calm and he laughed contentedly. She was very pleasing to the eye. "That, if it's possible," the big boy whispered in Hui's ear, "I want to take a picture of her." Hui was slightly stunned. After a while, he burst out laughing. He was stunned for a while. He lowered his head and scratched his head embarrassedly. His expression was a little unnatural. Hui grinned and did not expose him. Instead, he turned his head and shouted, "Feng, how about taking a picture?" "Why so suddenly?" "It doesn't matter." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head. However, she did not want him to pose like a puppet. Even so, after the big boy left enough photos, he still had a satisfied look on his face. He was secretly delighted, as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Hui felt very sympathetic and secretly decided that it would be better not to expose the poor child's fantasy. "Feng, you are a sinful guy." Hui could not help but sigh. Yun Nuoxing, ? Chapter 1780. He had told himself countless times that an ordinary life was the most suitable daily routine for him. He would repeat day after day like a normal person. He would not completely follow the prescribed routine. Occasionally, he would deviate a little from the norm, but he would not change the trajectory of his life. He would continue to be ordinary like this, forgetting that he had spiritual energy for cultivation, forgetting that he was a little bit different from ordinary people. Although he had said similar things to himself countless times, but as expected, he still had an indescribable longing and yearning for an extraordinary and wider world. Even if he knew that as long as he took a step forward, his life would be turned upside down and he would not be able to adapt, he was still hopelessly fantasizing and longing for those things. Meeting them twice in such a short period of time made his curiosity increase by a few hundred times. Well, he just wanted to say the reason why he stayed here and did not want to leave. Mr. Hui was a very talkative person. He could talk about anything, including the people's lives and the current state of the world. Meeting them here was like delivering himself to the former's doorstep. The former caught someone he could talk about the things in this world without stopping. However, most of the time, he could only listen and could not get a word in. The other three sat quietly at the side, swaying gently under the sunlight. Well, for a moment, he was mesmerized. "So, is there anything fun around here? Or, do you know anything fun?" Senior Hui suddenly waved his hand in front of him, making him come back to his senses. Seeing the former's teasing gaze, He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Fun. It's the same for coming and going around here. I can't say whether it's fun or not. If you insist on talking about fun, at least you have to leave the place you're familiar with and go to the place others are familiar with. However, that's not within the scope of my understanding. It's not just entertainment for ordinary people. It can be something else. For example, some of the things you inadvertently saw or heard. We guided him step by step. That aspect. Big Boy was slightly startled. Without hesitation, he said, I haven't heard much about it. Perhaps it's because I don't pay much attention to it. However, in my personal opinion, as modern technology is getting more and more advanced, there should be very few places that have not been set foot or seen by humans except for the entire deep sea. For example, the spirits and stories of ancient times have probably been hidden away. Not necessarily, young man. There are still many secrets in this world that you can't understand. Hui chuckled softly. Just because the eyes can see doesn't mean that the eyes can see. The places that people have set foot on are the places that others have set foot on. The things that you know from afar are the things that others have recorded. The knowledge that you think about the world is actually a combination of the experiences and words of countless people. It is a comprehensive and one-sided information that others have imparted. Don't forget, you are different from the others. Hui pointed at his eyes and said, in this world where more than 99% of the living beings are different from you, don't be too hasty to think that everything you hear is everything you can know. The news you hear is not necessarily more accurate than seeing it yourself. There are some things that others can't see. The big boy nodded absent-mindedly, as if he was confused by Huey's words. So, are there any fun places? He was bored to death. Although he liked to slack off, this was the time to slack off and have fun. It's a waste of time just sitting here. The big boy smiled bitterly. Why did they come back to the topic again? If you really want to talk about a little interesting or fun place, it's not like there isn't any. The big boy pondered and took out his mobile phone. He swiped it a few times as if he was looking for some information. I also just learned that there are few people in our class. A few days ago, it seemed like the day before I was kidnapped, the class monitor planned to organize the people in our class to go out to play. The destination was some distance away and not in the province. Although I didn't plan to go, I was curious when I heard that they were talking about it. As Senior Hui said, after all, I'm more or less different from ordinary people. I can also come into contact with some other news. It just happened that I found it when I was looking for the class monitor's destination. Found it. Hui leaned over to take a look. The information displayed in front of him was a mountain and forest. As for the title, it skipped a lot of words. In short, someone was missing and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The following was also an introduction. The place was a natural scenic spot with a considerable area of primeval forest. It was very primitive. Therefore, there were many unknown areas that had not been developed and explored. There were mountains and forests. A few people disappeared just like that. The search team had been looking for them for half a month, but they couldn't even find a shadow or a trace. That's about it. Let's not talk about the following comments first. I want to show you this, Senior Hui. The big boy swiped a few times on the screen. The picture in the mobile phone flashed once, and the color suddenly became dim. The report was still the same thing, but the comments had changed. Soaring Dragon Mountain has not been peaceful recently. 2 months ago, a team of newcomers went missing. This month, another team disappeared. I suggest changing the title to Soaring Dragon Mountain Underworld Incident. Is there any expert who can go and check it out? Did they encounter a secret realm? Or an immortal's cave? Or perhaps the sudden change in the terrain had caused them to disappear? It's better to do a live broadcast. Last time, the person who did the live broadcast couldn't even be seen. The newcomers you're talking about are the two newcomers who have reached the 4th level of the human realm? The Alliance doesn't plan to deal with this matter. Recently, the Alliance has been in a mess because of a damn organization that appeared in the country out of nowhere. All the forces have been sent out. They don't have time to deal with things here. Don't ask me how I know. If you ask, there are people inside. Didn't I hear that there are 3 big shots who are helping the Alliance? Even they can't deal with it? This matter can't be left to others to deal with. Is the Alliance shameless? After all, they are not really from the Alliance. If they were, it would be fine. We looked at it for a while and realized that this was a comment section for martial cultivators. The image on the whiteboard just now was for ordinary people. Oh, so that's how it is. There's such a function. Although I already knew about it, I didn't know the reason until I contacted Senior Liu. It is said that the Alliance set it up so that cultivators can keep up with this era and communicate more easily. Big Boy nodded and pointed to the report. Soaring Dragon Mountain is where the class monitor and the others are going. When I saw it, I thought it was quite dangerous. But after thinking about it carefully, I don't think they are that unlucky, right? Probably? Plus, I happen to be kidnapped. I really can't go. Although I reminded them in the group, they don't seem to have any plans to change their destination. The tickets have been bought long ago. I heard that a refund is a small matter. The main thing is that it is troublesome to arrange other things, so I didn't say much. Speaking of which, the day they set off seems to be yesterday. Last night they slept at the foot of the mountain. Today, they will climb the mountain. Big Boy paused and laughed dryly. They can't be that unlucky, can they? It can't be? It can't be, right? It's hard to say. Big Boy thought seriously for a moment. I think I will sink to seek pleasure. Sometimes, giving up decisively was also a form of courage. It was just that, alright, there was probably no point in struggling for ordinary people. If you look around here, you should be able to see a lot of similar strange things. Big Boy lowered his head and continued to scroll through the comment. After a while, he closed it. I don't know anything else for the time being. How could we not know what Big Boy was thinking when he saw Big Boy's flickering eyes and slightly worried look? He immediately jumped up and clapped his hand. Okay, then let's go to Soaring Dragon Mountain. If there's anything, just solve it. If there's nothing else, just treat it as a lung cleansing in the ecological zone. Yun Nuoshing said in his soul, Do you have lungs? This. Sigh, although it is a body used to pretend to be a human, and the function is just for decoration, but just treat it as if you have it. Don't worry about these details. Hui grinned and waved his hand. Sigh. Are we really going? Big Boy scratched his head and stood up slowly. He finished the cola in his hand in one gulp, threw away the trash, and let out a long sigh of relief. Okay, then let's go. Why are you so reluctant? Aren't you worried about your classmate? Big Boy was silent for a moment and his face was bitter. Deep in the mountains and forest, I am a little scared. There are a lot of insects there. There are 4-legged, 6-legged, 8-legged, 1-winged, 2-winged, crawling, screaming, drilling into the body, ear-piercing, and the 8-legged one is as big as a washbasin. The net is as big as 2 or 3 meters. When she heard the words, 8-legged and as big as a washbasin, Yun Nuoshing trembled violently. Goosebumps appeared on her skin and her cheeks twitched wildly. I'm not going. Sigh, stop fooling around. Hurry up and leave. I won't go. Let me go. I don't want to see 8 legs as big as a washbasin. If you want to go, go by yourself. If you let me get close to that thing, I might as well blow up the entire mountain. Let me go. Help! Zhou Zibai and the other 2 girls. This was the first time they had seen Yun Nuoshing have such intense emotional fluctuations. Her indifferent, otherworldly, and immortal-like temperament collapsed in an instant. Half an hour later, on the high-speed train heading to Longting Mountain Road, Yun Nuoshing was shivering and curled up with a pale face. Zhou Zibai looked at her, who was simply like a frightened little girl, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you afraid of spiders?" Yun Nuoshing's face turned green and white. She looked at her with a rather bitter expression. Psychological trauma. In short, they arrived at Longting Mountain after an hour and a half. Green mountains and clear waters surrounded by clouds and mist. The distant mountains and valleys were only faintly discernible in the mist. The precipitousness and beauty could be seen at a glance, as if it was a paradise on earth. Coupled with the misty weather today, it was simply a perfect match for the scene in front of them. Ah, it really looks like a place for immortal cultivation. Look at this immortal aura. The big boy couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the clouds and mist floating on top of the mountain. That's just a cloud of mist. Come closer, it's misty. How can it be immortal aura? That's what I meant. Hui grinned. But the air in this place is quite good. When I was in the city, I always felt that something was wrong with my nose. Although it's harmless to us, I can't get used to it. Yun Nuoshing looked up and said, "It's so short." The big boy couldn't help but say, "It's not about the height of the mountain. It's famous because there are immortals." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "No, although it's a place with pleasant scenery, it's just a deep mountain forest. There's no breath of life worth mentioning." The big boy took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, coming out to play with surreal people is really completely out of touch with reality. Whether it's the vision of the past or something else, they can always destroy it with just a few words. It's really a waste of youth. But there seems to be a place worth looking at. Yun Nuoshing looked up at a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. For the time being, her expression returned to normal. "What do you see?" Hui stood next to Feng and looked at the place he was looking at curiously. "I don't know for the time being, but there's a faint aura of energy flowing. I'm a little curious." Yun Nuoshing looked and nodded. She lifted her foot and was about to jump from the side of the cliff. Zhou Zibai hurriedly pulled her back. "That's not an open area." "Oh no, there's someone here. Don't make too much noise here." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She looked around and found that the place they were staying in was quite empty. There were many cars parked in an orderly manner. It was probably a parking area. From a distance, she could see wooden buildings, stone decorations, and rockery. There were not many people coming and going, and they were all quite lively. The place to stay at the foot of the mountain. The big boy looked around and pointed to the road behind the wooden buildings and said, "That's the road to Soaring Dragon Mountain. If you walk, you have to take the mountain road on the other side. Half of it is man-made, and the other half is a mountain road in the forest. I heard that the scenery there is better, but the road is quite far. It's estimated that you can't go up without 7 or 8 hours. There are also hotels halfway up the mountain. The class leader and the others have booked hotels at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain. They should be staying on the mountain for a night or two." According to the time they arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was built next to the cliff. This place was already deep in the mountain. They had built a foothold on a relatively stable open platform. If you walked to the edge, you could see the mountains and rivers that were about 2 to 3 meters drop in the distance. They meandered around a distance of tens of meters to reach here. They flowed along the edge of the hotel area to the other side. There was a mellow and pleasant sound as it flowed past. If you removed the people here, it would have a somewhat tranquil atmosphere. "I think we can go up along this river." Yun Nuoshing was dragged away by Hui halfway. She smiled bitterly as she walked. "Can you walk a bit more like a human? Then let's fly over. I'm a little concerned about the energy aura I just sensed on the mountain." "So there are people here. Then hide and teleport directly." Hui Lve scratched his head a little helplessly. He understood. He understood that a certain guy was in an abnormally excited state because he was worried about seeing something deep in the mountains and forests. A negative state was definitely not a positive state. At this moment, if he were to encounter something with 5, 6, 7 or 8 legs, he wouldn't blow up other people's scenic spots into a forbidden area, right? We couldn't dissuade a certain someone who was a little excited. He had to help encircle Zhou Zhibai and the others in his domain. He aimed at the place where Feng had been talking about something for a long time and immediately teleported over. They were standing in front of the hotel at the foot of the mountain just now. In the next second, they suddenly arrived at a place full of dense forest. Their line of sight seemed to be covered by a layer of vague light and shadow. The big boy was slightly startled and exclaimed in astonishment, "Teleportation? Can you do this kind of thing?" Zhou Zhibai had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly thought of something. She turned back and said to him, "Calm down, you will get used to it. Don't make a fuss about anything you see." She sighed as she was dragged by the 3 of them. They climbed and dived in midair at a speed far beyond the speed of sound. 3,600-degree spiral. This little boy would experience it sooner or later. The slightly pitiful and sympathetic gaze made the big boy immediately shiver. Goosebumps covered his arms. Why did I just have the illusion that I was spiraling into the sky? Dense forest, a dense forest that was not open to the public. Well, that was not right. There was no proper road to get to this place. The mountain was as straight as a pillar. There was no road that could be built around the mountain. If you wanted to get here, you could only climb up step by step with your feet and hands. Zhou Zhibai had been to similar scenic spots in the past, but she had never thought that one day she would come to such a completely primitive area that no one had set foot in at all. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Oh, I seem to feel something too." Hui sniffed and waved his hand to push away the clouds and fog lingering in the forest. He walked 2 steps faster, and the others also trotted. They crossed the forest in front of them and the entangled roots on the ground. Something that both of them cared about suddenly rushed into their sight, which made Zhou Zhibai and the big boy slightly surprised. In front of them was a pit that might be more than 10 meters in diameter. It was a huge impact crater. It looked like it had been hit by a small meteorite, uprooting all the trees here and falling on the impact crater. They just came out of the forest and stood at the edge of the impact crater. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but stretch their necks. Zhou Zhibai looked back. In the distance was the mountain road of the scenic spot. This was a place that couldn't be reached. The impact crater just happened to have its back to the road of the scenic spot. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could barely achieve the effect of having a view of the mountains. If they wanted to explore the situation here, they could only use a helicopter. Obviously, no one knew what had happened here. A shallow layer of new vegetation grew on the uprooted ground, and the fallen trees also sprouted new buds. This place had been damaged for some time. "A meteorite?" the big boy whispered, constantly looking at the impact crater in front of them. "It should be a meteorite, right? But I don't think I've heard of any meteorites falling." "Whether it's a meteorite or not, we'll know when we see it now. Come on, we've found the culprit." Hui waved his hand and took the lead to walk into the impact crater from the edge to the center. In the center, hidden in the vegetation and forest debris, was a black fragment that was 7 or 8 meters long. It looked very rough and slender, but it was only long and not big in size. It stabbed into the ground obliquely, tearing a crack in the ground that was 1 foot wide. Now, even new plants grew out of the crack. "This looks like a meteorite fragment?" The big boy curiously circled around the black thing. The black fragment was very quiet here, without any signs of life. If it was a meteorite, it would have cooled down long ago. However, in the line of sight there seemed to be some dark clouds and mist flowing on the surface. "Senior Hui, do you see the flowing clouds and mist? The black ones, those are—" "Step back, little guy. That's the energy that it leaked. It hasn't completely cooled down yet." Hui reached out and pulled the boy back. "Your body can't withstand the attack of this energy. The big boy scratched his head and suddenly understood. Ah, yes, I heard that meteorites have radiation, but I have spiritual energy to protect my body. It shouldn't be that bad, right? This is not radiation. Hui shook his head and looked at Feng. Both of them looked a little serious. The dark aura that left traces all over the world, showed an unusually high concentration on this fragment. The concentration was so high that it was shocking. It seems to be the aura that was entrenched in Jiang City? Zhou Zhibai's expression was slightly serious. Even here is affected, and this aura seems to be more. Feng Ling, this aura seems to be stronger than the one we saw underground. Oh, you can feel it. It was Hui who answered. He nodded to the two little guys and pointed at the black fragment. This thing, for you, is already something that can destroy a country. Zhou Zhibai and the big boy's bodies trembled violently, revealing a frightened expression. If we say that the dark aura in Jiangxing City and all over the world can only subtly affect people, then this. Yes, let me think. If we throw it into the Pacific Ocean, this small blue planet will turn into a small black ball tomorrow. That's the extent of it. The dim dark aura was like a cloud that kept steaming. It wanted to spread out, but it seemed to be difficult to cross the range of 3 meters. No matter how it released the dark aura, it would disappear in an instant when it reached 3 meters. It was not hidden, but really disappeared, as if something was suppressing it here. Chapter 1781. The impact crater had long been filled with new vegetation and green sprouts. The recovery of vitality had covered up any clues that might have been left here. Now, the most obvious trace left behind was the crack where the shard had pierced through the ground at an oblique angle. The area within 10 feet of where the shard had touched the ground was still barren. Except for this area, there were signs of vitality returning to normal. The dark aura emanating from the shard would instantly disappear when it reached a distance of 10 feet. It was as if it had come into contact with a black hole that could devour its energy. This suppressive thing that came from nowhere and was hidden in some unknown place had turned this aura, which should have been able to turn everything within a radius of 100 or even 1,000 miles into a barren land, into a caged beast. Yun Nuoxing and the other two were curious. They walked back and forth in the impact pit for a long time. Zhou Zhibai and the big boy also helped to search the place full of vegetation and weed. After a few laps, they found nothing but grass all over their bodies. Forget it. If we can't find any trace, let's ignore it for the time being. Hui felt that he was asking for a snub. He waved his hand to stop everyone from working in vain. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the shard. Golden energy surged. This thing's activity is limited to 3 meters by something. But if we leave it here, it will inevitably be unpredictable. Anyway, it's better to put it away first. The gloomy breath, the negative breath, even if it had 30% of the breath of the chaotic void of the 3-elemental realm, it would be fine as long as he used the power of order to trap it. Even if it used all its strength, it would not be able to break free from the cage of order. With a wave of his hand, he put the dangerous object that had the power to pollute an entire planet into his own dimension. There was only a 3-meter radius impact crater with a remnant of the gloomy breath and a 6-meter-long crack torn by the shard. Then, I'll leave it to you, Maple. This is a contaminated area. Purify it. Well, let's not care about the impact crater. Not many people will have the opportunity to notice it. When new vegetation grows, it will be covered up. By then, it will naturally be regarded as a natural cause. Zhou Zhibai felt that something was wrong. Leaving the scene that was accidentally destroyed, only taking away the culprit, and allowing new traces of life to cover the already harmless scene, made her suddenly enlightened. Could it be that the weird scenes in the world were left behind for the same reason? This. Hui smiled and shook his head. No, I don't know what you're talking about. If I really want to say, I can only say that it's possible. Living beings at our level, if we casually make a little damage on the ground and leave behind two residue, we can be mistaken as a sacred trace left by someone from somewhere. He wasn't bragging. When he was dealing with something in another world, he accidentally left a cup that he had used there. Tens of thousands of years later, when he went back to check on the situation, he found that the cup had been worshipped as a holy object. That was the life star of a human being who had just been born. Although it was normal for them to be regarded as saints or gods at their level, he still felt weird about it. When they were muttering about this, there was a burst of energy behind them. When they turned around, they saw the ground in front of Yunnuashing. There was a blue flame that rose 3 to 4 meters high from the ground and wrapped around the surrounding area. It looked like a blue bonfire. Blue fire. It's obviously a fire, but I can't feel the temperature at all? Zhou Zibai circled the blue flame twice and curiously reached out to touch it, but she was stopped by Yunnuashing. The temperature is locked inside. It's the temperature of a star. If you touch it, you will turn into ashes. Zhou Zibai shuddered and retreated a few meters away. In the process of a few seconds, the ground wrapped in the blue flame was the first to melt and peel off. The dark breath was exposed and mixed with the flame, releasing a huge amount of energy. That was the dark breath that had accumulated here. It could not leave this 3-meter radius circle. On the other hand, it had been settling in this circle for at least 3 to 4 years. Although the main body was no longer there, it was still very dangerous. About 5 minutes later, the blue flame slowly swayed and disappeared. The dark breath completely disappeared, leaving only a complete and smooth hemispherical pit on the ground. It condensed into a black mirror-like surface and was in a state of complete cooling. Even the residual heat could not be felt. Hui let his arm brush the air. In his perception, the dark breath had completely dissipated. The energy concentration in the space had dropped to the point that it was almost exhausted. The weak energy in the surroundings began to flow here to fill the hole. When the time comes, we will ask that little girl about this fragment. We don't know anything. A fragment of 7 to 8 meters long. For the time being, they didn't know what it was torn off from. There was only one way to deal with it, but after all, they were not professionals. At present, they could control it, so they didn't arbitrarily deal with it. This troublesome thing should be left to the cloaked girl to deal with it herself. After confirming that the surroundings had been restored to safety, Hui turned around and was about to go into the mountain. Then he suddenly stopped and looked at Feng, who followed him. Is it really okay? I haven't found anything yet, but isn't there a dark cloud in the soaring dragon mountain itself? Yunnuashing shook her head and flung her long hair. She looked across the woods in front of her and looked at the place shrouded in clouds and fog that looked like a fairyland. It is just a problem left behind. It is not the purpose of our trip. Hey, that's what I said, but every time I go out, I will encounter some small situations. Isn't this a little bit worrying? Hui held the back of his head and said very casually. Glancing at Feng's overly indifferent expression, he suddenly laughed in his heart. Look, 8 legs. Yunnuashing's expression trembled. She swept her eyes across the woods as if she had seen a ghost. She almost pulled out the netherworld ruin sword. She quickly jumped behind Hui and pushed him forward, shouting as she walked. You go in front and open the way. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy who floats like an immortal has completely collapsed. According to the original plan, they were going to the inn halfway up the soaring dragon mountain to find Speaking of which, I haven't asked for your name yet. Hui slapped his head and turned to look at Big Boy. People who have lived for so long don't care about names. It is just a code name. Compared to remembering a code name, they are more used to remembering a person's soul. After all, things like appearance can be changed, and there are many ways and reasons. Basically, 80% of people maintain the original appearance of their soul. 20% is hard to say, especially a group of energy life forms like them in the realm of the gods. It doesn't take much effort for them to change their appearance, but they prefer to use their original soul appearance to show others. Big Boy covered his eyes and turned his head. After a long while, he said slowly, "Actually, I am relieved that you don't call me by my name. My name is Southern Airlines." "Oh, doesn't that sound good?" "I thought it was a name that was too embarrassing to say." Big Boy smiled bitterly and turned his head. Southern Airlines, everyone. This is a very meaningful name. I heard from my mother that my father was a pilot. His dream is to own a private jet sooner or later, or open his own airline. And then? Southern Airlines took a deep breath and said, "The result of 20 years of hard work is to give me a name." Hui smiled bitterly. Good Lord, this dream has fallen into the Pacific Ocean. The group of people returned to the scenic area of Soaring Dragon Mountain. After walking around for a while, they arrived at the mountainside. Just like the information that Southern Airlines had previously investigated, there was also a hotel on the mountainside. The style was similar to the hotel at the foot of the mountain. Large and small cars were lined up in 2 or 3 rows. Some people simply stopped by the roadside and held a big barrel to take pictures of the beautiful scenery in the mountain. Moreover, they would take a step forward after taking a picture. After taking a picture, they would take a step forward. After taking a picture, they would take a step forward. After taking a picture, they would take another step forward. Where are your classmates now? Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the scenery for a while, we turned back to look at Southern Airlines. This Big Boy had been looking through his phone when he came here. He heard Huey's words and shook his head helplessly. The news only shows that they have entered the Soaring Dragon Mountain scenic area. That's all. I'll go to the hotel and see if I can find them. After saying this, Southern Airlines went straight to the hotel and didn't bother to greet them. Hui and the others weren't anxious or worried. They stood by the roadside and looked at the relaxing scenery together. The steep mountains in the distance, the clearly visible height difference, and the deep canyons. The overlapping mountains were like layers of barriers erected on the ground. It was really so short. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but whisper. Hui smiled bitterly and knocked him on the head, whispering, "This place is not the realm of the gods. It's normal for the mountains to be short. If they were the size of the hundreds of millions of mountains in the ultimate plain region, you would have to risk your life just to survive." Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked at the misty sky in the distance. The sky is so short. Hui was helpless. This was the limitation of this small planet. There was nothing he could do. Why were they talking about how short the sky was and how short the mountains were? Where was that Big Boy? He looked back in the direction of the hotel. Just as he was about to go and take a look, he saw the Big Boy running out of the hotel in a panic. Looking at the Big Boy, he couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and pulled Maple to greet him. "Let's go. It seems that we have something to do again." Senior Hui. Just as the Big Boy rushed in front of Hui calmly waved his hand to stop him from speaking. His other hand covered half of his face. "Something happened, right?" Southern Airlines nodded nervously. When he was about to speak again, Hui waved his hand and walked in the direction of the hotel. "Anyway, let's go and take a look first. Don't worry and don't panic. If you panic now, you'll just be wasting your energy. Save some energy to deal with the trouble later." Looking at their figures, Southern Airlines suddenly smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed their footstep. Wherever they went, there would be trouble. Or, wherever they went, they would be involved in some trouble. This kind of talent had reached the maximum level and couldn't be removed. Yun Nuashing said that he was very used to it. He and Hui could achieve this kind of effect when they went out alone. Now, the two of them went out together and came to a small mortal world in the 3 elements realm that was very easily influenced by them. The result of this influence was afraid that they would be involved in all kinds of disasters, from the search for the lost dog next door to the world next door. In short, looking at Southern Airlines' panicked appearance, something must have happened. His classmates happened to come to this bad place at this bad time and happened to encounter something. The probability of them being involved in that bad thing should not be very high. If it was just an ordinary thing, for ordinary people, in such a primitive place with high mountains and deep valleys, there were only a few things that could happen. The worst result. That would be the result. The two results pointed to the same end. In a small room on the side of the hotel lobby, a girl who looked about the same age as Southern Airlines was sitting in front of a table and chair. Her face was full of anxiety and nervousness. Most of her attention was placed on the mobile phone on the table. Beside her was the hotel staff who had been comforting her, accompanied by 2 security guards. This girl was probably Southern Airlines' classmate, but why was she alone? Why is she alone? We couldn't help but ask in a low voice. You said there are few people in your class. Are there only a few people? Southern Airlines shook his head with a wry smile and replied in a low voice. There are a total of 17 people. The one sitting there is my classmate Song Ro. I heard most of it when I came in. They came halfway up the mountain in the morning, but Song Ro felt a little uncomfortable halfway up the mountain, so the class monitor suggested that they stay in the hotel to rest. They agreed to wait until Song Ro recovered in the afternoon to go into the mountain together, and then we looked around. Then when the little girl woke up, she found that she was alone. The others probably couldn't sit still and wanted to go into the mountain, but now they can't even be seen. Southern Airlines sighed deeply. That's about it. It has been 3 hours since she woke up. We can't contact her at all and are a little panicked. In the mountains there is signal all the way, so it's not impossible to contact her. If there's really a reason why we can't contact her, it can only be Zhou Zibai. She went into an undeveloped area. She saw Southern Airlines nod and couldn't help but frown. In such a primitive environment, she suddenly deviated from the safe route and went to an unknown place, and even lost contact. If it was just an ordinary loss of contact, it would be fine. If something happened, it would be really difficult to call for help. The search and rescue team seems to have set off, but I'm still a little worried. Southern Airlines sighed with a sad face. If he hadn't seen that incident, he would at most be worried that the person might have gone far away for fun and might come back in a while. Song Ro also had the same idea, so she kept staring at her phone and waiting. But what if it wasn't? In these hundreds of mountains, looking for a 15 people, we can't use outside of the standard method now. He scratched his head in distress. After thinking for a while, he suddenly walked over and squatted down beside the girl. Miss Song Ro, come, look into my eyes. The little girl, who was uneasy, obeyed the command almost without thinking. She turned her head and met Huey's golden eyes. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her brain seemed to be comforted by an invisible force. The panic on her face quickly faded. You are? A friend of Southern Airlines. We just happened to come here to see the scenery. I heard from him that some of his classmates also came here, so I asked him to come and say hello. I didn't expect you to encounter something. Huey's grin occupied the girl's entire line of sight with a 1,000,000-point smile. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. This guy almost blinded the eyes of everyone in the room. We turned back and grinned at Feng, who cast a contemptuous look at him, and continued to ask Song Ro in a soothing voice. Time is urgent, let's keep it simple. Calm down first. Just think about one thing. When they were on the road, yes, along the way, looking at the map or looking at the scenery, did they casually or specifically mention where they wanted to go to see the scenery? Where did they want to see the scenery? Think about it carefully. Wind, scenery. Song Ro lowered her head and furrowed her brows as she tried hard to recall the conversations she had with her classmates along the way. Many messy messages rushed into her mind like a floodgate, and just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Waterfall. After waiting for a long time, the girl whispered these 2 words. She raised her head, and her eyes widened as if she had caught hope. They said they wanted to see the waterfall. It should be only this. Waterfall, is it the waterfall in the Longquan district? At this time, the hotel staff heard it and turned to look at the map hanging on the side. He frowned. There are several waterfalls in the Longquan district. The largest waterfall is 100 meters away from the sightseeing spot in a straight line. It is far enough to see the whole picture. It is also a place that many people like to go. That group of students didn't go there, right? Will there be no signal in that place? Zhou Zibai asked. There will be a signal, but as I said just now, there will be a signal in the normal sightseeing route. If you deviate from the sightseeing route by 50 meters, there will not necessarily be a signal. Hui comforted Song Ro with a few words. He got up and looked at Feng and the others. He quietly left the room and slipped out of the hotel door. Looking at the place where more than 100 people stayed, he sighed. There are naughty children every year. When will they stop worrying? Nanheng said, they are around 20 years old. They can't be considered naughty children, right? They haven't grown up, and their minds haven't fully developed. They are causing trouble everywhere. From 3 years old to 300 million years old, they are all naughty children. Hui rolled his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and said in a bad mood, at least think of a way to solve the trouble they cause before they take the initiative to cause trouble. Longquan district, right? Let's go, we might have to carry a dozen coffins later. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes, turned to the little girl and nodded. She shook her head helplessly. It's really busy everywhere we go. The power of the void allowed the 5 of them to escape into the shadows, temporarily breaking away from the connection with the real world. Zhou Zibai saw this and knew something was wrong. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuoxing, and Hui pulled the entire void domain and rushed towards the mountains, leaving behind 2 long screams in the air. In the dense forest off the main road, a group of young men and women were sweating profusely as they walked in the forest with the remnants of dead branches and withered leaves. In this dense forest, where the roots of the trees were twisted into knots on the ground, there was nothing that could be called a road at all. They were just pushing away the leaves and the jungle along the way, stepping on the space that was not covered by vegetation but occupied by other things, and moving forward with difficulty. Why haven't we arrived yet? Is it really this way? A young man with a map in his hand was sweating profusely. He picked up a green leaf that fell on the map and couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his face. But it shouldn't be. According to the road on the map, it should be in this direction, right? Hey, don't tell me we went the wrong way. If we get lost in this damned place, don't worry, listen, there's the sound of the waterfall. Even if we get lost, we just have to follow the direction of the sound of the water. We won't really get lost. But why don't we go back? There might be poisonous snakes and insects in this primitive forest. It would be troublesome if we get bitten or stung, a girl said softly. She was a little scared when she saw that there was no sunlight in the surroundings. How is that possible? How can these things be regarded as a scenic spot? Don't be afraid just because of the primitive jungle. They must have explored it long ago. Don't worry. Class leader, how far have we walked? I'm tired of exploring this jungle. The young man with the map frowned impatiently. Isn't it because you guys insisted on going to the top of the waterfall? Forget it, we said in the beginning that we shouldn't take shortcut. We should have gone around to the back of the Longquan area, closer to the waterfall, and then go in a straight line. Why did we have to take the shortcut in the forest halfway? What kind of shortcut is there? But I wasn't the only one who suggested it. It was you guys. Okay, stop talking. The class leader swatted away the leaves on his face and saw a gray shadow pass by in front of his eyes. He subconsciously trembled, looked around, and calmly let out a long breath. Anyway, since we've been brought to this place, let's think of a way to get to the destination first. The sound of water in their ears was the only road sign, but it was also the most unreliable road sign. Without walking a certain distance, it was difficult to tell whether the sound was getting weaker or stronger. But at this moment, there was no other way. Since the sound of water was still on the left, as long as they walked in front, they should be able to find the normal path when they reached the open area of the jungle, right? Class leader, did you hear that the sound of water seems to be getting softer? Did we really go the wrong way? Don't scare yourself. The sound of water is still there, but why is the sky? It seems a little darker. It's not going to rain, right? The class leader's footsteps slowed down a little. He frowned and looked around. He secretly lamented that he chose the wrong place. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the artificial scenic spot. Or if he didn't let them leave the hotel in the first place, would it be so troublesome? The dusky afternoon sky gradually darkened a little. The sound of water coming from the right front made him feel a burst of anxiety. Chapter 1782. The sky gradually darkened, as if a storm was about to descend. Even the atmosphere in the primitive forest became a little scary and gloomy. The sound of the wind and the footsteps sweeping the fallen leaves were accompanied by a rustling sound effect. The bleak feeling made the deep mountains in late autumn even colder. Wearing one or two thin long-sleeved clothes, it was difficult to completely resist the gradually dropping temperature here. It wasn't just because of the shock in his heart. The swaying of the surrounding trees made him feel like there were demons wantonly dancing wildly. The sound of the wind blowing through the branches and leaves made him feel like something was running wildly in the jungle and pushing him away. Class leader, did the sound of the water change its position? Are we lost? The girl walking in the middle of the group had an unnatural expression. She always felt like something in the jungle was watching them. The obscure gaze was like a hunter trying to hide himself. Don't talk nonsense and scare yourself. It's just a jungle. At most, there are some small insects jumping around. How about we change the path? I also heard the sound of the water change its position. The tall young man holding the map stopped in his tracks. Which direction did you hear the sound of the water coming from? Isn't it still to the left? Right in front. Behind, I just said. Everyone who spoke in unison was surprised and looked at each other in dismay. It was difficult to see from each other's expressions that they were joking. The class leader rolled up the map in his hand and said, "From the beginning, the sound of the water came from the right in front. I say, we can't all be possessed, right? Hey, this isn't fun. I heard that there are flowers in the primitive jungle that have pollen that can slightly cause hallucinations. There are also some plants that can confuse." A girl wearing glasses whispered, "We might have accidentally inhaled the pollen. It's difficult to determine the direction now." No way. The class leader's face was ugly. He freed his hand to take out his phone and turned on the compass. He swept around in a circle and looked at the needle on the screen that was spinning like a top with a face of astonishment. "What the hell, this place is haunted. Which one of you can tell the direction?" Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Their compass had failed, and their ears were probably useless now. This was their first time here, and they couldn't recognize the terrain. They couldn't see anything familiar that could help them identify the direction. With these conditions in front of them, they panicked. This was equivalent to getting lost. "All right, calm down," the class leader yelled. "Anyway, let's keep moving forward. There's no point in panicking right now. The most important thing is to find a safe place to rest. I remember that there's water near the Longquan area, so we should be able to see it if we keep going in one direction. When the time comes, we can just follow the river back." Live-action version of Man vs. Wild. A boy adjusted his backpack and could not help but smile bitterly. "Why don't you say it's a jungle escape? If something alive were to jump out of this godforsaken place, I think we would be scared to death first. Small insects and small animals are very cute. Don't be so nervous." The boy's cheeks twitched a few times. "If a bear jumps out, it'll think we're quite cute. Or if a 4 to 5 meter tall grasshopper jumps out, I think we'll be quite cute in its eyes. No. I've been to a lot of primeval ecological zones. If there really were bears, the scenic spots would have mentioned it at the beginning, and there would also be signs by the roadside. It's not mentioned here, is it? There seems to be an empty space in front, right? I saw the tree disappear. Everyone was ecstatic when they heard this and ran forward energetically. The class leader saw this and quickly shouted, "Don't run, there's no way to treat your injuries if you fall down here." Hay did not retreat from the dense forest. At most, they came to the edge of the forest and came to a cliff. Right in front of them was a valley with a vertical drop of tens of meters. No, it might be more than 100 meters. The valley was semicircular, and in the center was the largest waterfall in the Longquan district. Judging from the position, they were standing at the opening of the valley. They were a little off from the path that they had marked at the beginning, so they were still some distance away from the top of the waterfall. However, no one would have the courage to walk the rest of the way. The place where the waterfall hit accumulated a dark blue and green lake inside the valley. The overflowing water turned into 3 streams that were 3 to 4 feet wide and flowed in the direction of the mouth of the valley. Then, through the mouth of the valley, a drop of more than 10 meters fell into the river covered by the forest below. This was not the main point. The main point was that in the center of the valley there was a big blue lizard. I think that lizard should be 10 meters long, but from this distance, even 10 meters seems small in the distance. Is it more than 10 meters? Stop joking, isn't that a prehistoric giant beast? Do you think it's an octopus from the deep sea? I'm not sleepy when you talk about the deep sea. Classmate, please give me some time, let me tell you about our Heavenly Father. Don't talk about that. I understand, but why is that lizard so big? The class leader looked at the group of students who were still in the mood to point at the blue lizard and talk about it. They even had the mood to take out their phones and cameras to take pictures. These guys should know what's going on, right? He fiercely rubbed his face and calmed down. Encountering a prehistoric giant beast in a primitive ecological area, that's not a funny joke. According to the saying of this century, it should be impossible for a giant beast of this size to exist on land. There's no space for them to live on land, unless it's in the deep sea where humans have not yet explored. Is that why they don't treat it as a living thing? He thought for a bit, took out a pair of binoculars from his backpack, and glanced at the blue lizard lying in the valley. He looked at it and felt, why doesn't this thing look like a lizard? Through the binoculars, he could see that the big lizard was curled up. It had beautiful blue scales and a faint white pattern. Perhaps it was because it was too far away and the scales and patterns were too similar, so it looked like a big guy lying there. In fact, it was lying there, and its slender body was curled up into a few segments. He adjusted the magnification of the binoculars and took another look. Well, this was the full picture. It looked like a big blue snake with a pair of horns on its head. A blue snake with a long horn? Cold sweat dripped down from the class leader's forehead. He trembled as he put away the binoculars, patted everyone's shoulders, and pointed in the direction of the valley entrance when everyone was confused. Don't worry about it, let's go quickly. This place is too strange, I don't want to be on the news tomorrow, and on the global news. A university student mistakenly entered a primeval scenic spot and saw a prehistoric giant beast. I even thought of a headline for myself. That makes sense, then let's hurry up and go. We've already found the way here, so let's go back. Seeing that everyone had no plans to stay here, the class leader let out a sigh of relief. Without further ado, he immediately walked to the front and led the way. It was also at this time that a rustling sound came from the forest, and it definitely wasn't the effect of the wind. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Who is it? Shoo! Don't be so loud. The class leader had a headache as he held the 2 guys who were shouting at each other. He carried the backpack in his hand, his face full of sweat. Just as he was about to throw the backpack at them if they came with bad intentions, a person rushed out of the forest and surprised him. He actually knew that person. Southern Airlines? Why are you here? Huh? Didn't you hit your head and didn't come with us? I know, Nan was lonely, so he planned to come with us alone to give us a surprise. Class leader. Big Boy was also surprised when he saw the dozen or so people who had just recovered from their vigilance. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard those words. He quickly took off the leaves on his face and ran over while panting. What kind of surprise is this? I heard, I was bored and came here to play. I just happened to see Song Ro at the Mountainside Hotel. She said you guys lost contact for 3 or 4 hours, so I hurried over. You guys are really something, running so far away from the route in a primeval scenic spot. You're already 500 or 600 meters in. The class leader smiled bitterly and winked. The girls behind him couldn't help but glare at the boys and exonerate the class leader. It's all because of this group of idiots. They insisted on going to the top of some waterfall, and we were worried that they would lose contact if they walked by themselves, so we had to come together. The hotel is in a mess, even the search and rescue team was sent out. We secretly came to find you guys. Phew, as long as you guys are fine, hurry up. Hey, what's that? The big boy patted his chest and looked around. Naturally, he caught a glimpse of something lying in the valley. He shuddered. That shape, that figure, and that sleeping posture. Dragon? No, why would there be a... Yeah, I didn't expect there to be a prehistoric giant beast in this place. It scared us, but it's hard to say whether it's a dragon or not. Anyway, let's hurry up and leave while it's sleeping. The class leader whispered in his ear. Nanhang nodded and turned around. Senior Hui, let's go back, hey? Senior Hui? Behind him was a dense forest. The wind was still and the trees were quiet. He couldn't hear the sound of insects, and he couldn't see anyone. If he used his spiritual energy to sense, he could only sense the aura of the 16 of them. But he still remembered that there were people following him. Why? Who are you calling? The class leader looked at the dense forest strangely. After thinking for a while, his face turned ugly. You didn't come here with people, but you lost them, so you came to find us, right? Nanhang opened his mouth. I was actually brought here. Before, my friend told me that he saw someone's footprints and pointed in this direction, so His expression trembled violently, and he suddenly jumped back vigilantly. Class leader, what did I do during the school anniversary half a month ago? The class leader looked at him strangely and scratched his head. You brat? After being kidnapped, even your memory was formatted? Wasn't the school anniversary a month ago? That night, you were drunk and sang under the dormitory. Don't say it, cough, I thought I went crazy. Nanhang hurriedly waved his hand, his face turning red. He thought it was an illusion, so it shouldn't be a problem. The class leader looked at him strangely. You haven't recovered yet, but you still came here rashly. Didn't I tell you to rest at home for a few days? The people who came with you got separated from you, right? Nanhang smiled bitterly and didn't know how to answer. They didn't get separated, they were clearly. Oh, now they're gone, so they might be separated. There's no other way, I'll go back with you. The class leader shook his head and turned to everyone. I'll go back with Nanhang to find the search and rescue team, you guys wait for us here. In the dense forest, Yun Nuoshing looked up at the gradually rising sun in the sky. The forest and sky that were lingering with clouds and fog gradually became brighter. The slightly cold weather made his palms cold, and he couldn't help but breathe into his palms. Then he looked down at the front. Hui stretched out his hand and pressed on the space in front of him. There was something that looked like an energy rune in front of his palm, preventing his palm from continuing to move forward. The two collided with each other and burst out a weak energy ripple, spreading in all directions. Did you do it? Can you do it? The little girl stepped forward and poked the invisible space barrier in front of them. Be careful, don't throw this space into the void. I'm trying my best. Hey, why is there a spatial barrier in this godforsaken forest? Hui smiled bitterly. This layer of space barrier blocked the three of them. Zhou Zibai was blocked by them and did not rush in. Only Nan Hang, that little guy, rushed into the barrier by himself. He did not know what would happen to him if he ran in there alone. Zhou Zhibai stepped forward and touched the space. Seeing that her palms seemed to be unaffected, she couldn't help but say, "Did those people who went missing in Soaring Dragon Mountain all go missing here?" "You don't say, it's possible." Hui raised his head and looked at the huge space barrier. "But what made such a big barrier here? And it's not weak at all. It's even connected to the surrounding space. Mr. Hui, can't you break it so easily?" Zhou Zhibai scratched her head. "Of course not." Hui turned his head and rolled his eyes. "For us this is a low-level space barrier, but because it's too low-level, and because it's attached to this space, our strength is too strong. We can kill it with a slap, but if we don't control our strength well, we'll kill everything within 7 or 8 kilometers in front of us. Didn't that little guy run in? I can't just watch him go in and kill him with a slap. We can't break it by force, and we can't cause chain damage to the space inside and outside. We can only use a little bit of strength to test it carefully. In short, they couldn't control what would happen inside if they dismantled it. They couldn't break in, so they could only try to pry the door open." Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. Well, she was used to it. Her previous experience was, when encountering a seal or other people's space, the more powerful it was, the easier it was to break it. She didn't expect to encounter someone who was so powerful that they could only open it carefully. "Hey, that's not right." Hui suddenly stopped and turned to Maple. "Maple, let me borrow the Netherworld Ruin sword." Yun Nuoxing was also taken aback. He suddenly realized and said, "Ah yes, you can use the Nethervoid sword." 5 seconds later, the purple-black sword gently poked the space in front of him, and the fragile space barrier was cut open. Yun Nuoxing swung his hand and put away the sword, taking the lead to walk in. Hui glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh bitterly. What was I doing there for so long? Maple, don't be in a daze all the time. I'm looking inside. There seems to be an interesting life form inside. Yun Nuoxing interrupted him directly, startling everyone. An interesting life form? A long blue worm. Long worm. Hui thought for half a second and then said, "I didn't expect there to be such a life form here. But Maple, I feel like you're scolding people." "Oh, scolding dragons." Yun Nuoxing stroked her long hair that fell in front of her and shook her head. "After all, there are 2 kinds of things. I like to say it clearly and talk about it later." Hui and the little girl thought for a moment and said, "Oh, after all, dragons, right? One is a big lizard with wings, and the other is a big snake without wings. But the big snake might be a snake, and the long worm." Okay, it still sounded like he was scolding dragons. What about the long worm with wings? Isn't that still a long worm? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and strode into the space barrier in front of them. As they walked in, the crack that was created by the Netherworld ruins soared behind them slowly closed. The sky gradually became gloomy, and the soul power that spread out could easily find the breath of life. They removed the breath that belonged to this primitive forest in the range and accurately found the breath of people. However, it was a strange breath that they had never seen before, and there was a slightly strange breath in it, which made their expressions change slightly. They looked at each other and rushed out without communicating. When Yun Nuoxing rushed out, she pulled Zhou Zhibai with her. This time, they didn't fly up, and the little girl didn't scream, which was rare. She covered her mouth with a pale face, and could almost withstand the speed that was beyond the speed of sound by who knows how many times. When the speed of flying through the forest suddenly turned into an empty field in front of them, they slowed down a little because they didn't understand the situation. The forest in front of them suddenly disappeared, and the green field was neatly replaced by a grayish-yellow wilderness that was half a meter lower. The cracked earth looked like it had been dry for countless years, and it didn't have the beautiful scenery of the Longquan area at all. It was more like another space. There's no feeling of switching spaces. A ray of light flashed in her eyes, and Yun Nuoxing shook her head at Hui, who was looking at her. From the moment we stepped into the space barrier until now, we didn't feel like we were teleported. Judging by the scene in front of us, it should be that this space barrier has roughly pieced together another space and the space of the present world. The remaining wilderness should be a transitional scene, and in front of us is another pieced together space, and Yun Nuashing and the others stopped in the wilderness. The wind blew and dust filled the sky. The gloomy breath rose from the crack in the earth like maggot. It felt like they had walked into a volcanic area, and the mountains in front of them were about to erupt. The surrounding wilderness was preheated, and thick smoke was constantly gushing out from the ground. Just by landing here, they could feel the overflowing heat wave. The gloomy breath was mixed with negative emotions, and the negative energy was very strong. According to the level, it was dozens of times higher than the fragment. Did I accidentally stumble upon the core of this matter? Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he came to the soaring dragon mountain and encountered the fragment, he already felt that something was wrong. Looking at it now, the so-called divine artifact might have broken a fragment for some reason after walking around the soaring dragon mountain. Then, it might have left something here, which was why it could create such a ghost-like effect. The earth of the wilderness could feel that the breath of life was disappearing. Under the care of the gloomy breath, this land only had the rejection and malice of life. If an ordinary person walked here, they would probably be wrapped by the gloomy breath in less than 2 minutes, turning into white bones and being buried here. Unlike the gloomy breath that floated in the big and small cities, the gloomy breath that seemed to shrink in a corner and wait for the day they grew stronger, and occasionally dared to make small movements carefully. Passers-by were stimulated by negative emotions and negative energy, causing them to become irritable and restless. The gloomy breath here was simply to the extent of wantonly showing off in their own territory. It was full of confidence and revealed infinite malice. Raising her hand to create a barrier of order for Zhou Zhibai, Yun Nuashing took 2 steps forward. A huge black shadow appeared on the ground in front of them. It was shrouded in a dense gloomy breath, and it was about 1 or 2 meters tall on the ground. Looking at its appearance, it seemed to be a fierce beast. Killed in one hit. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and pointed at the place where the beast's head was. There was a palm print there. If the beast was hit in the head, it should be dead instantly. It's so big. Zhou Zhibai whispered, it seems to be just an ordinary wolf. But why did it become bigger? I don't remember such a big wolf. It was contaminated by this breath. It probably mutated. Hui pointed at the ground, and then pointed at the gloomy breath on the giant wolf. Don't touch it. The barrier that Maple gave you is still safe. If you touch it, you may become like it. Zhou Zhibai exclaimed and quickly shrank behind Yun Nuashing. She carefully looked around and fixed her eyes in front of her. Instantly she froze. In front of them was a wasteland. Hundreds of similarly huge black shadows fell on the ground. It seemed that their lives were taken away by something. Hui heard her exclamation and raised his head. He looked into the distance and could not help but say, "Oh, this wasteland is full of these things. There are so many of them. We have bumped into a base camp." Chapter 1783. On the barren land, a cold, gloomy wind blew along with the dancing yellow sand to every corner of the wasteland. As the wind blew past one's ears, one could hear the rustling of the sand mixed with the whispers that reverberated in one's ears. There was an unsettling aura circulating in the air. The entire wasteland was like a domain of death. Once one entered, there was basically no chance of leaving in one piece. This was the first time that Zhou Zhibai had personally come into contact with this dark aura. Even though there was only a layer of barrier between them, she could still feel its unsettling aura. In the past few days, she had only seen it with her eyes. She could only vaguely see it and not distinguish it clearly. The dark aura that she saw in the underground space was said to have condensed enough, so she could see it more clearly and capture its existence with the naked eye. Then here the pervasive dark aura floated all over the wilderness. She could clearly see this scene and feel its existence. She could clearly feel the disgusting and abhorrent negative aura, and she almost vomited out the disgusting and abhorrent negative aura. This was definitely not something normal people could touch. She thought so. Killed with one blow, that is to say, someone has been here. Zhou Zhibai thought of what they said and looked at the traces of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the wasteland. Will those people be there? Probably so. However, it's hard to say how long they can last after running out of this place. Huey's wandering eyes were filled with a little bit of gold. He scanned the wasteland and waved his hand after a while. Found them. Hey, they look like they are still alive. You seem to have some strange expectations? No. Hui shrugged and grinned. He swung his arm and strode towards the end of the wasteland. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and suddenly turned her eyes to the left. She frowned slightly and said to herself, "It seems that the opening of this space is random." Hui, who walked 2 steps faster, turned his head and grinned. What did you say?" "Nothing." In the wasteland, a pack of wolves the size of a small truck was confronting a small group of humans. The wolves were surrounded by a dark aura that made people feel uneasy. It was the thing that the humans were most afraid of. The distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. They were ready to fight at any moment, waiting for the slightest sound to be heard. The eyes of the dozens of ferocious beasts had been turned blood-red by the dark aura, flashing with the light of slaughter and chaos. However, there seemed to be a trace of caution remaining. They did not rush to fight with the 7 little ones in front of them. They only used small movements to adjust their positions, moving closer and closer to ensure that when the time came, they could win with one strike. At the same time, they were vigilant of the 2 little ones, who were standing at the forefront with sharp weapons in their hands. Along the way, they had seen with their own eyes that the 2 little ones had killed countless hunters. Standing at the forefront was a young man and a young woman. They were wearing the same white and purple robes. They were dirty, and many damaged parts exposed the skin of their hands, legs, and waist. However, they did not expect this thin layer of cloth to have much defensive power. They just grabbed the long sword in their hands and let it show more than a dozen marks under the influence of the dark aura. The energy light vaguely released had an amazing deterrent force. When the dozens of wolves that had turned into monsters were looking at them, the 2 of them constantly adjusted their sword-holding movements. They moved their feet slightly to maintain a state where they could dodge attacks and counterattack at any time. Although they had done well in their counterattack state, only they knew how much strength they had left. After chasing for a long time, they still had to resist the erosion of the dark aura. They were not sure whether they would fall to the ground in the next moment. When they were ready to fight, the other 5 people behind them seemed to be about the same age as them. They were wearing casual clothes and carrying backpacks. They were probably traveling to Soaring Dragon Mountain. When the 2 of them were tired of fighting, they suddenly appeared behind them. After chasing them for a long time, they were already exhausted and numb. And they were just as numb as the 2 of them. At this moment, they almost could not even wave their swords. If they did not know that if they threw away their swords, the wolves on the opposite side would swarm over and eat them. "We can't escape, we can't hide. Are we really going to die in this damned place?" Retracting his gaze from the 5 ordinary people, the young man's complexion was pale. They had persisted for 2 months. They had run such a long way. Seeing that this wasteland seemed to have come to an end, they were about to run out of oil. The young man took a deep breath. Finally, he changed the posture of his long sword and pointed it at the ground. With a pale face, he bitterly sighed. "If I had known this would happen, I would have confessed to Senior Sister before leaving. Then I wouldn't have. Senior Brother, you should concentrate." The woman fiercely glared at him. Her voice was still calm. "We still have the power to fight one last battle. At least, we can send these 5 ordinary people out." The young man calmly nodded. "Okay, use your last strength. Look at the one with white fur on the left. You go there and I'll go to the right. The woman took a deep breath. What's next? That's it. The young man calmly shrugged. Taking a few of them with me before I die would be more dignified. The woman, while the two of them were in a daze, the wolf pack suddenly let out a low growl. Exerting force from their feet, they instantly covered a distance of 5 to 6 meters and pounced at the two of them like a huge rock. The two of them immediately focused. The long sword in their hands drew a phantom. The power of the Tao marks gathered and was about to explode. As a result, the dozens of ferocious beasts suddenly stopped 5 meters in front of them. They only took one step and then no more step. It was as if their necks were being strangled. Their bodies stiffened and then they let out whimpers. Their bodies trembled as they slowly crawled on the ground. The dark aura on their bodies seemed to have been swept into a storm and was being torn apart. It was as if a piece of it was being removed from their bodies. And the young man was stunned. He was about to swing his sword. At this moment, he forcefully pulled back his hand and his hand trembled. Why did they suddenly become obedient? The woman looked around in confusion. Suddenly, she reacted and pointed to the front. Senior brother, look behind the wolf pack. A few figures appeared dozens of meters behind the wolf pack. Other than the woman who was also in the fourth realm of the human realm like them, the other three were completely ordinary people. They walked over in the wasteland as if they were strolling. They covered dozens of meters with one step and appeared in front of the two of them in just 2 breaths. The man walking on the left suddenly laughed. I'm not late, right? You are? The two of them looked at him in confusion. They did not remember such a strong person. Yun Nuashing turned around and stared at the group of beasts with his colorful eyes. As the power of order continued to spread, the dark aura on their bodies also dissipated. The abnormal energy and life force in their bodies were also rapidly depleted. Their bodies that were the size of a small hill quickly shriveled up like a balloon that was deflating. After a short while, they returned to their original size. He slowly squatted down and looked at them. He closed his eyes. Go to sleep. It will be over when you wake up. The fierce beasts were completely silent now. The red light in their scarlet eyes dissipated, revealing a pair of lively big eyes. As if they understood Yun Nuashing's words, they looked at him with their eyes one last time. Then, they slowly closed their eyes and silently fell asleep. The last wisp of energy left their completely distorted and mutated bodies. They were like stone statues that had been weathered for countless years. They disintegrated at once and turned into gray smoke that dissipated in the air. They hovered in the wasteland before them and gradually disappeared. The little girl waved her little hand. The grayish-blue energy left the place where the fierce beasts stood and landed in her palm. She looked at it for a while and looked at Yun Nuashing thoughtfully. They have been dead for almost 4 years. The negative energy that seems to be related to the chaotic void has turned them into puppets, and they have been wandering around this place. It is very close to the time that the dark aura settled down. It is also the longest time that we have found it. Yun Nuashing nodded. From the looks of it, Soaring Dragon Mountain was very likely to be the place where this dark aura first appeared. Currently, there was no way to see the entire planet clearly in one breath, so it could only be refreshed bit by bit. Yun Nuashing stood up and turned around. There was a gust of wind in front of him. Then, a young man in a white robe appeared in his sight with a rose in his mouth. His face was shining with a delicate and golden light. He stared at him with a very eager gaze. Beauty, do you have time to have a cup of tea later? Yun Nuashing. He felt that the frequency of this happening seemed to have increased after he came here. The woman in the same clothes quickly walked over. She knocked her senior brother's head with her fist and dragged him to the side. Then, she walked to Yun Nuashing and cupped her hands. Thank you for saving me. Yun Nuashing looked at them, and then looked at the 5 ordinary people who were lying on the ground and seemed to have completely relaxed after their arrival. He said, You were lost 2 months ago? I am Bingyu, a disciple of Ice Island. This is my senior brother, Ling Dong. The woman nodded slightly and looked back at the 5 ordinary people. She sighed in relief. We heard that there was something strange in the soaring dragon mountain, so we came to investigate. We accidentally fell into this abnormal space. You can guess what happened later. But you were able to fight and run for 2 months. We looked around and nodded to the 2 people. Do you know how to get out? This. Bingyu looked troubled as she shook her head. I'm ashamed to say this, but it's already the limit for the 2 of us to make it this far. Moreover, we still have to protect the ordinary people who appeared on the way here. If you guys had come a little later, we might have died here. Well, we have found a group of people, but we still have to find another group. We shrugged and walked to the 5 ordinary people who had lost their minds. He checked them and said, nothing serious. They have been in a state of mental tension for a long time. They are a little mentally exhausted and overworked. I guess the aura here is focused on dealing with you 2 and has no time to deal with these 5 small fries. Their vitality is not exhausted. They just need to go out and rest for a while. By the way, how did these 5 ordinary people survive? At this moment, Ling Dong jumped up from the ground and waved the ring on his hand. It's nothing. It's just that we've used up the dry rations that we've been storing for half a year. My junior sister and I can last longer without eating or drinking, but ordinary people can't. The few of them had been jumping around in front of the reincarnation road for a month or 2. Now that they were relaxed, they felt a little loose. They lay on the ground and didn't want to move. We thought for a moment and could only drag them into the domain. Then, he looked at Ice Fish and Ling Dong. Can you still walk? I should let you rest for a while after escaping from death, but there are still important things to deal with. We haven't found anyone here. We can still hold on for a while. Ling Dong nodded and put away his long sword. The people are more important. Let's go. But do you know where they are? It's not that we want to pour cold water on you, but we have been running here for 2 months. This place is quite big. Can we find them in a safe time? It's not a big problem. We gave a thumbs up and turned to look at Feng. Feng, have you found that little guy? Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the wilderness and raised his finger to the right. It's 400 miles away. That long worm is also there. It's still safe at the moment. He paused and looked at the wilderness in front of him. I'll deal with this place first. Deal with it? Ling Dong and Bingyu were startled, but Hui and Zhou Ji Bai suddenly understood and quickly retreated a distance. Yun Nuoshing looked at the wilderness behind him, and a colorful light appeared on his body. Then it suddenly disappeared. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, returned to nothingness. A thick energy light visible to the naked eye soared into the sky and exploded into circles of energy rings in the air. Then, the whole wilderness suddenly shook. Under the horrified gaze of Ling Dong and Bingyu, an indescribable colorful light suddenly soared into the sky from the wilderness in front of them. The monstrous energy attached to the earth and spread out without any scruples. The entire earth was covered in the colorful firelight. Even the surface of the earth was shattered by the impact of the energy. Layer by layer, the debris fell into the depths of the earth and solidified into dark crystals. Oh! Ling Dong threw away the rose on the spot. Thinking back to how he had rushed up and acted like a love-struck fool, he looked at his junior sister with a gloomy face. Ice Fish, I won't be beaten to death, right? Bingyu looked at the scene in front of her where the fire light soared into the sky and melted the earth. She thought for a while and put her hands together. I'll ask Master for a soul lamp for you. Every year at this time, I'll ask everyone to worship you. Don't treat me as if I died in battle so quickly. But senior brother, you even dared to flirt with senior sister. Why did you retreat here? Bingyu tilted her head and looked at him. Ling Dong glanced at the fire that soared into the sky and turned into hell. His cheeks twitched. Senior sister can't kill me no matter how hard she hits me. Although she's prettier than senior sister, I can't afford to offend her. Small fights are called love. This, Ling Dong took a deep breath, this, I'll turn into ashes. The energy flames that soared into the sky continued to burn the wasteland for 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. Countless small flames hung on the ground and slowly burned the remaining dark aura. The entire wasteland sank a few meters due to the cleansing of the colorful energy, and a big hole appeared. After the few of them finished cleaning up and were about to go back, the ground suddenly trembled and almost made Ling Dong and Hui fall to the ground. They quickly used the little spiritual energy left to stabilize their bodies so that they didn't fall to the ground. However, the trembling of the ground seemed to be getting more and more intense. Huey's face was full of sweat. Feng, did you destroy this space? No, I just purified the aura. Yun Nuoshing shook her head calmly. She looked into the distance and murmured doubtfully, "Earthquake?" The ground twisted and churned like softened noodles. The ground that had been burned solidified into a whole piece, like an obsidian. It was so hard that it was difficult for the earth to break it. On the contrary, huge cracks suddenly appeared on the edge of the black crystallized ground. The cracks continued to spread in all directions. The increasingly violent tremors almost spread throughout the entire space barrier. The unusual scale of the tremors made Zhou Zhibai and the others quickly support Yun Nuoshing and the others next to them, lest they stumble and fall into the cracks. Those cracks spread from their feet. The violent tremors made Nan Hang and the others, who were far away in the jungle at the other end of the space, also feel frightened. Almost as soon as the first tremor rolled over, they collectively fell to the ground. In the chaos, they hurriedly hugged the trees next to them to prevent themselves from rolling to other places. I've never heard of an earthquake in Soaring Dragon Mountain. Nan Hang pressed the class monitor to the ground and barely protected the two of them with his aura. The sharp tearing sound from the ground made his teeth ache. It's better to say that this place has an earthquake. It's simply not seen once in decades. In the valley, the coiled blue worm suddenly rolled up its eyelid. A pair of vertical slits in its glittering golden eyes shrunk slightly. A mighty dragon's might slowly emanated from its body. Like a hurricane, it rushed to the surrounding land from the valley. The movement that almost seemed like the earth was about to flip over abruptly calmed down, but only a part of it was stopped. A low growl came from the dragon's throat as its golden eyes stared at the depths of the ground. It was not an earthquake, it was just them suddenly being startled and turning over. But it had never seen them make such a huge movement, it was almost affecting the space outside through the barrier. Those children were still wandering here. Speaking of which, when did the barrier become so fragile that it couldn't even stop a few children? Could it be that it gradually lost its power when fighting against them, so it couldn't even stop the cultivators and ordinary people who were slightly lower in realm? Dragons and humans. It was not easy to talk. It was worried that if it suddenly appeared in front of the group of children, they would be scared and run away in panic. So, it didn't want to go there. The energy that erupted above their heads really made it a little anxious. It didn't know who had come here to affect them, and almost 1/3 of their strength was wiped out in an instant. Well, it's been a long time since I last moved. It exhaled a long breath. Its huge body suddenly shrunk in a burst of blue light and turned into a young girl with a slender body. Her cheeks were covered with blue scales and she wore a blue dress. Her long hair was as beautiful as the blue sea. There were several fist-sized water balls hovering around her, forming an intermittent circle behind her. It seemed to be telling people that her ability was related to water. Just as she was about to head towards the wasteland, she suddenly sensed a few auras approaching at a speed that exceeded her expectations. They even split into 2 groups on the way. One group led another group to look for the children, while the other 2 were heading straight towards her. They came directly? That saves me the trouble of making a trip. She stretched her body and sat by the water to tidy up her long hair. She reached out and fiddled with the water ring. As she waited, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The 2 fellows with strange auras suddenly stopped in their tracks. Then, they dived into the ground. Are they crazy? That's the place they occupy. If they rush over, it will cause the energy that has been buried deep in the ground to explode. The girl was so shocked that she jumped up. She sensed that they were really heading straight down into the ground. She was so shocked that she was stunned. After thinking for a while, she hurriedly dove into the deep pool, turning into dense bubbles and disappearing into the water. There was an unknown energy hidden deep in the ground. It had an aura that she could not detect in detail. It was an even stronger, even more indescribable energy. Perhaps it was not as simple as just being strong. Its existence made her inadvertently associate it with those legendary existences that the humans spoke of. That thing with a butt full of black smoke suddenly fell from the sky one day a few years ago, smashing into the lake she was hiding in, penetrating all the way to the ground and settling down. Even though she had exhausted all her strength, she could only barely trap it in this spatial barrier, restraining the impact of that energy to the outside world, trapping it here. However, she could only watch as it grew stronger by the day, as if it would never run out of energy at all. In the deep pool of the underground karst cave, she hurriedly jumped out of the pool and hurriedly went deeper. She did not even have time to deal with the dark aura that permeated the air. She felt that the two auras were right in front of her and hurriedly sped up. Hey! You two don't know what? Burn. Burn it all clean. Phone, burn it slowly. Don't collapse this cave. I'm slow, I'm really slow. Stop rushing me. If you have the time to rush me, why don't you hurry up and strengthen the strength of this space? How long will it take to burn it bit by bit? Look at this foul air. This disgusting thing is as dense as the chaotic void. Just looking at it makes me. I want to burn it. I'm afraid you want to sink these hundreds of mountains into the ground together, right? The two people in white clothes and colorful luster were easily purifying the dark aura in the underground space. They even had the time to bicker. However, the dark aura that had settled down here for several years retreated in panic, as if it had encountered heaven and earth. She was stunned to see this. The two people who heard the sound also turned their heads. We saw the young girl standing at the entrance of the cave in a daze. He suddenly waved his hand. Oh, it's a little dragon girl. You came just in time. Come and help. The girl. Chapter 1784. In the huge underground cavern, there was a cold, black presence that was constantly circulating. The colorful light illuminated the entire cavern very brightly. Thousands of stalactites that looked like stone needles could be seen hanging from the ceiling, as well as the stone pillars that connected the ground to the ceiling. The dark presence seemed to have become an accelerant, causing the colorful fire to burn even more vigorously, as if it was about to drown the entire cavern. The black aura that plagued this place and caused the land to lose its vitality. If it wasn't restrained, it could turn the entire soaring dragon mountain into a land of death. She didn't expect this at all. At this stage, she didn't think that there was anyone in the human race who could solve this kind of problem that was beyond common sense. Even if time was turned back to a long time ago, there shouldn't be anyone who could do it. However, the scene in front of her very clearly reminded her that this was not an illusion. There was indeed someone who could deal with this dark aura of unknown origin. Speaking of which, could these two people before her be called humans? They seemed to only have the appearance of humans. No matter how she looked at them, they did not seem to be any kind of life form that she knew beyond common sense. That's right. The two of them and the dark presence that had settled down here were beyond common sense. It was something that she could not understand. Little girl, don't be distracted. Let me ask you a few questions. Hui raised his hand and spread his divine power far away, solidifying into a space that enveloped the cavern and the dark presence, allowing Maple's origin energy to rampage in this space without restraint. The blue dragon girl came back to her senses and looked at him with a strange expression. Hey, don't look at my appearance. I've lived for more than 5,000 years. I'm a mature dragon. You can't treat me like a child. Even if you add 7 zeros behind this number, you're still not as old as us. To us, you're just a little girl. The blue dragon girl stared at him blankly. 7 zeros? What kind of level was that? Could there be any life form that could live to that extent? Could this guy be making fun of her? Let's get down to business. This space barrier seems to be supported by you, right? We ignored the strange expression on the little girl's face and asked directly, "Do you know something?" The blue dragon girl muttered with a strange expression, hesitating whether she should tell them. But when she turned her head and saw that Yun-Nuashing was about to drown the entire cavern in a sea of fire, her doubts were immediately cleared. She immediately said, "That was 4 or 5 years ago." "Oh, that's right. Let's make it short so that we don't rush in before you finish. We're almost at the core. 4 or 5 years ago, I was here, in the place you humans call Soaring Dragon Mountain. That day, I saw with my own eyes a black meteorite falling from the sky, but before it hit the ground, it exploded first. 2 of the fragments smashed into Soaring Dragon Mountain. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary meteorite, so I didn't pay attention to it. When I went to see it the next day, half of the mountain forest had been destroyed by the aura of the meteorite, and its vitality was cut off. I saw that the situation was not right, so I went forward to purify it and made a scene." "And?" we asked. The blue dragon girl was a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a long time before stammering under his urging. "I didn't win. I was beaten up." That was a very normal thing. It was just that the little dragon girl was a little pitiful. No matter how powerful the life forms on this planet were, they probably did not know the difference between order and chaos. What good would come of her if she simply rushed up and fought that thing that had 30% of the Chaos Void's presence? Oh, her current situation was good. After all, she was not tainted by the dark presence. It seemed that she was just beaten up physically. The meteorite fell into the lake where I lived, smashing the lake into a crater and falling into the depths of this cave. The aura that permeated the air affected the area within a radius of 300 to 400 meters. I took the opportunity to block the crater and swept the large piece of meteorite, along with the destroyed forest and creatures in this space. The other small piece of meteorite is still outside. I sealed it slightly, but it won't affect anything. That's it. That's all." The blue dragon girl could not help but mutter. "It took me a lot of effort to replant trees in the forest that had been cleared. If not for the fact that I was afraid that someone would see this place suddenly bare and run into this space by mistake, I would not have bothered to clean it up." He understood, but meteorite? Yun-Nuashing and Hui tilted their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Their eyes flickered. This thing was also an object from beyond the sky. It came from beyond the sky. That was bad. Its range had suddenly expanded from this planet to the extent of the entire void. This damned thing also had a weak presence of the Chaos Void. Could it be related to the primordial realm's Chaos Void? However, there was another problem. The cloaked girl obviously knew about this dark presence. If that was the case, she most likely had nothing to do with this planet. Like them, she was an outsider who came here in search of that divine artifact. The person above, she mentioned, should also be of the same nature as her. Was it someone from another life planet or someone from another world? As for the 2 fragments in the Soaring Dragon Mountain, they should have fallen from the so-called divine artifact 5 years ago. The divine artifact's whereabouts were unknown. It was very likely that it was still hidden on this planet. If that was the case, it could also explain the large pile of dark presence. There were probably dozens of fragments jumping and moving at the same time. If that girl knew about it, she would probably go crazy on the spot. "Hey!" The blue dragon girl looked at the 2 people who had been heading deeper into the cave and gritted her teeth. "That's enough. It's supposed to be cleaned regularly anyway. I'll just treat it as an early cleaning. It's about time to go back, right? If we go any further, their power will suddenly jump a few levels unreasonably." Even I can't hold on for long in the space that is flooded by them. What? Little girl, are you scared? Hui grinned with a sinister smile. When the little girl says, Big brother, I'm a little scared, I'll hurt. Yun Nuoshing took the time to punch a certain crazy guardian on the head. Your character's setting is crooked. I'll help you fix it. Hui grinned and gave up on his antic. He turned to look at the blue dragon girl, ignoring her fearful expression as if she had met an idiot. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry. This thing won't affect us. Where does your confidence come from? The little blue dragon girl could not help but look into the depths of the dark cave. That gloomy presence had completely sealed off the deeper space, and even light could not reach that place. Just one look was enough to remind her of the experience of being beaten up 5 years ago. She was a little scared, so scared that even the water ring behind her had dried up. It was just a little human. Although she did not know where such strange power came from, she would definitely regret underestimating that thing. Back then, she had been too arrogant and thought that nothing could hurt her. That was why she had stubbornly rushed up to be taught a lesson. These two fellows would definitely be the same. She did not want to accompany them. She did not want to die here with a little human. After standing there and muttering for a while, the two had almost reached the deepest space of the cave. The surroundings looked dark, because there was no more colorful energy. She looked around and clutched her dress. She gritted her teeth and struggled for a while before she could barely move over. That posture of constantly leaning back and being ready to escape at any time looked very comical. The colorful energy fire that engulfed the cave was suddenly extinguished. Yun Nuoshing looked up. The dark energy in the cave had been burned clean, and even the energy concentration had dropped to the point of almost being depleted. In front of her was a door that was barely formed by densely packed stone pillars. It approached from both sides, shrinking the space, leaving only a 2-foot-wide entrance. The entrance was blocked with a barrier formed by blue energy. Complete ancient Tao marks flowed on the barrier, and it had a very powerful law power for this world. In other words, this little dragon girl was quite strong. It was just a little pitiful. She had met an enemy that she should not have met, and was taught a lesson. Moreover, it was probably an education of love that went deep into her soul. Looking at her cowardly appearance, one could tell. Did you leave this door behind? It's already in tatters. We reached out and made a knocking motion. A few ripples flowed out of the blue barrier. Fine cracks appeared where the ripples swept. 70% of the area was already full of cracks. It seemed that this seal would not live for long, which was why the aura was leaking out from it. As for the back, through this fragile barrier, they could feel that the dark aura behind it was not on the same level as the dark aura of a prison break. The energy inside was definitely of the most deadly level. It was the densest dark aura they had ever seen. It was the closest to the aura of chaos. That deep darkness even carried a little bit of violence and madness. It was too similar to the aura of chaos in the void. It was so similar to the aura of chaos that some observers were about to go crazy. That expressionless but ferocious expression, that violent aura, and that manic emotion that could not wait to devour the entire void scared the little dragon girl so much that she shrank into a ball. You really want to go in? The little blue dragon girl gulped and hugged her arms. She shrank her neck and begged pitifully, Can we not go in? If you're really scared, just open the door and we'll go in. Hui gave her a thumbs up and looked at her with a bright smile. Don't worry, we'll take care of it in a while. Yun Nuoshing nodded calmly and said softly, Open the door and then step back. She looked at the determined look of the two and opened her mouth in shock. Her consciousness was not listening to her and her hands touched each other in a daze. However, she quickly came back to her senses and looked at the two and confirmed one last time. Really open the door? Yes. Yun Nuoshing and Hui nodded at the same time. Then, she muttered and condensed a ball of water in her hand. Ancient Tao marks appeared densely on the ball of water. Don't regret it. The ancient Tao marks on the ball of water cracked inch by inch in 5 seconds. Then, the entire ball turned into a pool of water and slid down her fingers. The barrier in front of her that acted as a door also dimmed little by little. A moment later, it completely dissipated. Bang! It was the same as the earthquake just now. The entire ground suddenly shook and trembled violently. Many of the stone pillars and stalactites in the cave suddenly shattered and turned into a rain of rocks that fell heavily on the ground. The dark aura suddenly surged out crazily. It was like watching a ton of ink explode in front of their eyes. Endless darkness instantly spread out dozens of meters away, enveloping the 3 of them in its range. Oh, aren't you very excited? Hui was also excited when he saw this group of ownerless energy riot. His face was full of excitement as if he saw the abyssal death mist jumping in front of his eyes. He could not help but use the maximum power that he could currently use. Phone. Break it with one blow. Don't come over. A thick, pure water with a force of a few hundred tons suddenly splashed on his face, extinguishing the excitement he had just ignited. Then, he heard a piercing shriek. Calmly, he turned around and saw that the little dragon girl was within the range of the dark aura. Naturally, the little dragon girl also saw her as a target and rushed over without hesitation. The little dragon girl was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Subconsciously, she used all her strength to fight back. Then, dozens of highly concentrated water columns poked dozens of holes in the dark aura and sprayed it all over his face. The dark aura that settled here was definitely very powerful. It was impossible to understand the concept of order and chaos. It was difficult to destroy it with just normal attack. However, it was not a complete order attack, so it was still possible. It was just a little difficult. So, could this little dragon girl be considered quite powerful? She only used the power of rule in the berserk state to pierce through this aura. It was just that her screaming and attacking indiscriminately was too embarrassing. He did not know what kind of torture she went through last time to make her lose her composure like this. This little dragon girl is clearly very powerful, but she's so scared that she's cowering. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She raised her hand and summoned origin energy. With a pinch of her hand, the origin energy that exploded turned into a ring of energy that rushed into the entire cave. All the energy in this space began to hurt. Dazzling radiance of energy suddenly blossomed before her eyes. Just as the little blue dragon girl was about to close her eyes, the radiance turned into an energy barrier that enveloped her. When the attack stopped, the dark presence also unceremoniously swarmed, crashing into the barrier and exploding abruptly. Sensing that she was fine, the blue dragon girl stared blankly and lowered her head. Suddenly, she saw the colorful radiance of energy engulfing before her eyes like world-destroying flames, surging towards the deepest space of the cave. That lightless place was instantly seized control by countless colors, illuminating the colorful radiance and scattering it in all directions. The sudden radiance of the origin energy caused the dark aura to shrink as if it had encountered the heavens and earth. It could not even maintain its existence, and began to disintegrate as soon as it was hit by the impact. Before it could spread out in all directions and gather together again, it was wiped out completely. The blue dragon girl stared blankly at the scene. You guys can really purify it. We told you to open the door from the start. Did you really think that we're so arrogant that we're stupid? We couldn't deal with it, so we rushed in to seek our own deaths? Hui rolled his eyes at her. The blue dragon girl lowered her head awkwardly. How would I know? When did humans become so powerful? Even in ancient times, there were no humans as powerful as you guys. That's right. That's why I didn't say that we're humans. Hui shrugged. It's just that we have the appearance of a human. Aren't you a dragon with the appearance of a human too? The blue dragon girl scratched her head as if she was confused. She quickly shook her head. No. If you guys aren't humans, then what are you? That's as long as a piece of cloth. But since you definitely don't understand what we're talking about, can we just skip that question? No! So it's like this. Huey's eyes shifted suspiciously. Suddenly, he grinned and grabbed Maple, who was walking forward, and pressed him in front of Xiaolong. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he rushed into the cave. Maple, you deal with this girl. I'm going to check out the situation of that shard. Yun Nuoshing. He lowered his head and looked at the blue dragon girl who was a little shorter than him. Thinking about the question he heard from the two of them, he nodded in realization. Oh, why do you care about us? The blue dragon girl puffed up her cheeks and looked at him. She put her hands on her hips and pretended to be aggressive. I'm one of the hidden guardians of this kingdom. Originally, she was still very confident. However, under the gaze of that pair of colorful eyes, that little bit of confidence disappeared in an instant. In addition, she was just saved by someone else. Now, she couldn't be tough. As she spoke, her voice became softer. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the eyes. You don't talk about martial ethics. You're looking at me with such a scary expression. How do you want me to say it? Yun Nuoshing made an O sound. The color in his eyes dissipated. However, he didn't stop the origin energy from surging. He still stared at the blue dragon girl with an indifferent expression. However, it was this overly calm and expressionless expression on his face that scared the little dragon girl who had lived for 5,000 years. Yun Nuoshing looked at the little dragon girl who was trembling in fear. He thought for a moment and reached out his hand to press on the little dragon girl's head. He stroked her long hair and said softly, "Good, good. Don't be afraid." Hui, who was in the stone cave, spat out a mouthful of saliva when he heard that. He slid and fell to the ground. He got up with a black face. Feng, are you trying to coax a child or a child? Although that girl is indeed a child to me, but forget it. Feng, who didn't have the emotional state, would lose some intelligence in this kind of ordinary life. It would probably take a few 100 million years for him to adjust back. The little angel muttered in his soul with a speechless look. I just didn't show up for a while. You really threw away your intelligence, huh? Yun Nuoshing, ? Just as he was stunned, the little dragon girl under his hand cried out loudly with a cry. She turned around and rushed towards the pool at a speed of a few hundred Mach. I'm not a child anymore, you unreasonable human! She cried out shrilly. The entire stone cave fell silent. Yun Nuoshing, ? He scratched his head and watched as the little dragon girl ran away. He also turned and walked into the deepest part of the stone cave. The little angel sighed helplessly. This guy seemed to have lost half of his soul after retreating from the front line. Well, it should be said that half of his soul was left behind at the void front line. That's why he was so distracted and lost his intelligence. No, it should be a personality defect. His persona was collapsing again and again. A diamond-shaped black stone floated in the center of the stone cave. The widest part and the highest part were 7 to 8 meters and 12 to 13 meters, respectively. Just by looking at it, he could tell that the big stone in front of him and the 7 to 8 meter long fragment came from the same thing. But, there was no way to put them together at the moment. Just by looking at the outline of the two fragments, it seemed that they were missing a lot of parts. We saw him walk in and muttered with a speechless face, Feng, you bastard. Yun Nuoshing. What about me? Forget it, I'm not going to discuss the problems of interpersonal relationships with some brainless observer at this time. We shrugged and jumped down from the big stone. He raised his hand and patted the bottom of the fragment. The aura has been purified. I put a simple seal on the surface of the fragment. We can't deal with this thing. Let's bring it back and let the little girl of unknown origin deal with it. He simply threw the fragment into a sealed space, and then threw the small fragment in as well. Finally, after confirming that there was no longer any uneasy aura around, the two of them left the cave in the direction that the little blue dragon girl had gone. Outside the stone cave was a valley, and the little dragon girl was nowhere to be seen. From the soul transmission, they knew that the little girl had met up with Nan Hang. She just sent them back to the hotel, and they also slipped out of this space. Oh, I'm finally back. It's been a long time since I went to the mountains. I didn't expect it to be so tiring. After a series of tiring journeys, they finally returned to Jiang City. The day's round trip made Nan Hang collapse on the sofa and roll his eyes. Aren't you going to stay there with your classmates to play? We also found a place to lie down and let out a long sigh of relief. Big Boy waved his hand. I'm just there to make a cameo. Hey, so many things have happened today. We shrugged and looked at the gate. At the gate, Bing Yu and Ling Dong were saying goodbye to Feng. Originally, the two of them had planned to come and rest for a while, but before they entered the gate, they were caught by the people of Ice Island on the phone. Now, they were about to sneak away. As for the 5 unlucky ordinary people who mistakenly entered, they were sent to the Alliance of Cultivators by Zhou Zibai. It was said that they needed to deal with all aspects, such as their absent-minded minds and unnecessary memories in their lives. By the way, your classmates have been hypnotized, right? We asked again. If Miss Zhou says it's okay, then it should be okay, right? Nan Hang sat up slowly. It was not good for ordinary people to know that they encountered a dragon in the forest, so he asked Zhou Zibai to deal with it for him. I sneaked out when I saw them lying on the bed. There shouldn't be any problem. As for the photos on the phone, well, just take it as a photo from somewhere. It'll be fine. After Feng saw the two of them off, the 5 of them looked at the sky slowly darkening. When it was almost dusk, Nan Hang stood up. Oh, I have to go home. If I don't go back, I'll be scolded in the face. Bang. The space suddenly shattered, and a beautiful figure suddenly came out of it. She looked tired and didn't even see the person clearly. She made a victory sign to the space. Haha. I know. I'm telling you, I've figured it out. I'll be back soon. Where's everyone? The girl in the cloak gestured to the wall for a long time, but no one was there. She was stunned for a moment. When she turned her head, she saw the room full of people staring at her like she was an idiot. Yun Nuoshing and Hui slumped on the sofa, rolling their eyes and letting out a long sigh. This guy looks unreliable. Chapter 1785. The cloaked girl, who had disappeared for almost a day, came back. As soon as she came back, she talked to the wall in front of them in a daze. At this moment, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it, but since this was someone else's house, she didn't have the nerve to do so. Nan Hang saw that the atmosphere was tense. Well, not too tense. Anyway, they were about to talk about something serious. Once he heard this, his life would definitely be passively tormented, so he quickly slipped out of here. The cloaked girl saw Nan Hang running away in fear and was so anxious that she wanted to reach out and pull him back. So, what did you find? Hearing Huey's words, the girl in the cloak responded with an "oh." The anxiety on her face was replaced by joy and pride. She bounced onto the sofa and placed a black stone on the table. It was a stone the size of a palm that could be seen in the courtyard or by the river. Her proud expression made them try their best to hold back their laughter. A stone. It was that thing. Look what I found. Not paying attention to the expressions of the 4 people in the hall, the cloaked girl hummed and shook her feet. We saw that Maple and the others didn't say anything. Although he knew what this thing was, he still cooperated with the cloaked girl in front of him and pretended to be very interested. He picked up the stone and looked at it for a while. I used a relatively special method to search for that aura all over the world. After searching for a long time, I finally found something. The cloaked girl grabbed the drink handed by Zhou Zibai and drank it all in one gulp. She wiped her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I went to the South Pole, went to the North Pole, and went to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. We almost spat out a mouthful of water. You put it here to explore history? When this girl teleported in front of them, didn't she go to a place that seemed to have weak rules? He guessed that this girl was going to do something extraordinary. As a result, when he heard that she revealed the secret, she was probably traveling around the world. Even Maple stopped the teacup in his mouth. He looked stunned. I caught tens of thousands of fish at the bottom of the sea, worked in the tropical rainforest, went to space to use satellites as telescopes to scan the northern hemisphere, and almost went to the moon. This time, everyone in the hall was stunned. We suspected that this girl had simply gone out to cause trouble. However, since she really did bring back something, he did not say this sentence out loud. After thinking about it, he still put on a calm expression and lightly coughed. Then? You traveled around the world for half a day and only brought back a stone? Even if she looked around the northern hemisphere, she definitely wouldn't know that they were holding two huge fragments in their hands at this moment. I locked onto one of the traces and used a special method to eliminate the influence of the other traces. Finally, I confirmed a pattern. In addition, in order to verify this pattern, I used the satellite as a telescope. In the end, I found this thing at the destination I speculated. She snorted and took the shard from Huey's hand. She shook it in front of them and said, "Guess what this is? A fragment of a divine artifact." "That's right, the divine artifacts." No, how did you know?" The cloaked girl's arm that was holding the black stone suddenly froze. She looked around and found that everyone's expression was a little strange. She quickly looked at Hui. "I guess." Go on. Hui coughed dryly. The cloaked girl looked at the black stone suspiciously. She lowered her head and muttered for a while before continuing, "It's a fragment. According to the traces that have appeared around the world now, the earliest fragment should be 4 or 5 years ago. It should also be the time when it appeared in this cough. It should also be the time when the world began to be contaminated by that energy. However, it's not over yet. This stone is actually 2 fragments." As she spoke, she used both of her hands to press down on the palm-sized black stone. Exerting force, she broke it into 2 halves. Although we were lucky enough to find fragments of the same location, the time they split apart was not the same. As I said earlier, the earliest fragment appeared 4 to 5 years ago. Between these 2 pieces, one of them from the aura it left behind, it actually fell to the ground half a year ago. The divine artifact must have been on the run, throwing out all the fragments in a panic. And it wasn't all at once. It must have thrown them out one by one, scattered all over the world. The scattered fragments still have energy, and they didn't calm down just because they were separated from the main body. On the contrary, they still remember what the main body had done before. It was as if they were obeying orders, continuing to perform space jumps all over the world, leaving a pool of ink wherever they went. That's why the entire world can see the remnant presence now. It began to crack 4 or 5 years ago, and the process of cracking had not stopped. This was simply releasing that unsettling aura to the entire world. If something went wrong, this little blue ball would really turn into a little black ball. "Then what is the pattern that you mentioned?" "The pattern?" The cloaked girl scratched her head and put the black stone on the table. She shook her body in distress. This is hard to say. I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm just saying it casually. Every energy fragment has an independent and semi-independent aura. After the space jump, the aura will be left behind again. There will be a connection between the two. From the residual aura we can figure out a pattern. That is to say, these fragments follow a pattern that only you know to carry out the space jump. Yun Nuashing said faintly. He raised his eyes to look at the cloaked girl whose body stiffened. Is that so? The cloaked girl turned her head and looked at him with a slightly dull gaze. She then turned her head and looked at Hui, who was smiling silently. How do you know everything? Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart, because this thing can be understood just by looking at it. That's roughly what you said. It took me a long time to figure out this pattern. It's related to the last mission that the thing was carrying out. No one expected it to suddenly go out of control and continue to work after it went out of control. Although its continued work caused its overloaded shell to crack open, and it also caused me a lot of trouble. Lucien nodded and said, in short, it sounded like a pain in the ass. They were used to it. There would occasionally be people who had been dead for tens of billions of years in the divine realm. Their things would suddenly go out of control, break out of the ground, or jump out of a hidden space and then roll around in the world. Although these things usually did not need to be dealt with by the two of them, they did not expect that they would one day have to deal with this kind of thing in the mortal realm. Well, since the girl seemed to have finished talking, it was almost time for him to talk about another thing. We coughed dryly and slowly stood up. He walked to the spacious area and said, actually, we have a little discovery today. We then took out the slender 7 to 8 meters long fragment and threw it on the ground. There was a loud bang. The cloaked girl glanced at it and instantly slid down from the sofa to the ground. This. She quickly jumped up and pointed at the fragments on the ground. They were obviously fragments as well, but they were larger than the fragments she had spent so much effort to find. Her eyes were dazed. You guys also found fragments. Oh, there's a bigger one here. It's a dozen times bigger than this. Hui crossed his arms and looked at the girl's blank face. He was very satisfied and smiled. Then, he told her about what the little dragon girl told them and how she saw that thing crack 4 to 5 years ago. Then, the cloaked girl was even more confused. Dozens of large fragments, a waste of time, a fool. Well, it seemed that she cared about a lot of things. But he did not know whether it was a waste of time or the fact that dozens of fragments exploded at once. Well, it was wrong to say that it was a waste. After all, they had found the pattern. Now, they could smoothly find the final location of the fragment from the dark aura drifting all over the world. However, she still had to work hard. After all, only she knew the pattern. At most, he and Feng could guess the form of the remnant information, but they did not know the specific process. The cloaked girl was stunned for 2 minutes. Then, she jumped over the table and looked at the fragment for a while. After a while, she went to the yard and asked Hui to take out the bigger fragment. She looked at the 2 big rocks for a long time and sighed. This fragment is close to the core. It seems that the probability that the core has been exposed is as high as 50 to 60%. The cloaked girl's expression instantly changed from one of resentment to one of seriousness. She poked the large rock here and there. After a while, she continued, "This is troublesome. If there is a crack in the core, the entire divine artifact will become even more unstable. If there is some external factor to stimulate it at this time, who knows what will happen? 4 to 5 years is enough to increase the probability of this kind of inexplicable thing to the max. I have to find the core as soon as possible. I still have to go there. You guys wait for a while," the cloaked girl hurriedly said. Then, she raised her hand and tore open a spatial rift. She pushed the 2 fragments into the rift that led to an unknown place and disappeared in a hurry. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at each other and sighed. What a single-threaded girl. She came and went in a hurry. Great, now we have to continue waiting. How long do we have to wait? When the spatial rift was completely closed, we let out a long sigh and turned to look at Feng and the others. Well, we still have to wait slowly. Oh right, I forgot to ask this girl what's going on. Forget it, I'll ask her when she has some news. So, it seemed that they planned to slack off tonight. Being restricted in someone else's house was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Originally, this kind of trivial matter could be solved with a large-scale law scan and vibration. At worst, they could just pull the world core down. But the various layers of this place were too fragile for them. They could easily break through them. Although it was not that they could not help to repair it, it was still a matter of whether the laws that they repaired could be used in this world or not. Then go and rest early. I've also walked around outside today. I won't go out and make trouble anymore. Looking at the time on the clock, we let out a long yawn and rushed to the guest room on the second floor like the wind. Seeing this, Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. Even if he was resting, he was still energetic. Calculating the time, it seemed that a few days had passed since they came here. Even if they were far away from the void front line and came to a place that was peaceful and calm, it was difficult to really feel at ease. Although he communicated with Jing Yuanji every day to confirm that the void front line was safe and sound, and that there was no trouble even if he was not there, but few. Perhaps it was as the little angel had thought, that half of his soul had fallen to the front lines of the void. Therefore, even in this world that was considered peaceful for ordinary people, he still found it difficult to calm down. The calmness he appeared to be at the moment was merely emptying his mind so that he would not think about anything. Indeed, there was nothing for him to think about here. After being repeatedly told to rest, he would try emptying his mind. He looked like a puppet, motionless. The moon in this world was not blue or purple. It was a faint silver-white or slightly yellow light. Its body was a small gray ball. Today was a rare full moon, but that weak moonlight could not really illuminate the land. The scattered light left a neat shadow on this half-open rooftop. The surrounding villas were quiet. There was no sound. The place where the distant lights illuminated was the bustling downtown near the city center. Even from here, he could hear the chaotic sounds there. So, even if the night covered the sky and the wilderness was silent, it was no different to him. This world never lacked any sound. Hey, aren't you afraid of catching a cold sitting on the rooftop and not going to sleep at night? A voice suddenly sounded here. Yes, he knew that there was a presence lingering not far away. He just did not pay attention to it. He did not expect that it would jump out on its own. His eyes that were staring at the moonlight moved slightly and fell on a place under the eaves that was not illuminated by the moonlight. In that weak part of the darkness, there was a little golden light flashing. That was a pair of golden eyes. The vertical slits were slightly flapping. The owner also slowly walked out of the shadows. The long water-blue hair was trailing on the ground with a tail. The gaze that was turned away did not have any trace of emotion. It was faint, but not indifferent nor cold. It was completely dull. Even the luster seemed to have faded. Can you not always look at me with such a scary gaze? The blue dragon girl was frightened by his gaze. It was as if his eyes had lost their soul and life. She had never seen such a terrifying gaze in her 5,000 years of life. Yun Nuoxing frowned a little, and quickly returned to his original state. He looked at her in confusion. This little blue dragon girl, they thought she was still hiding in that space. They didn't expect her to run out. What's the matter? Yes and no. She was still a little scared by his terrifying gaze. With a wave of her hand, she condensed water into a chair behind him. She sat behind him a little angrily, and did not have to look at him directly. You are looking for that troublesome thing, right? Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a long time before he slowly raised his head. Fragment? You can say that. I just happened to help. Can you have some emotion in your tone? The little blue dragon girl was so scared by these empty words that her whole body trembled. It's already late autumn. Winter is coming soon. Who are you trying to freeze to death by speaking in such a cold tone? I won't turn into a block of ice. Emotion. Yun Nuoxing murmured and let out a long sigh of relief. Emotion was probably already dead. That guy went to the reincarnation road to report first. It was not clear when he would come back to life. A ball of clear and transparent water suddenly floated in front of him. A fruit was wrapped in the water. As he subconsciously raised his hand, the fruit fell from the ball of water into his hand. He looked at the silver-white fruit that was similar to moonlight and gently took a bite. You didn't ask what it was before you ate it? Oh. Yun Nuoxing faintly responded. After a long time, he asked, what is it? It's specially made to cure people with facial paralysis like you. Yun Nuashing. He calmly took a bite of the fruit. It was sweet with a little bit of bitterness. If he were to exaggerate a little, it was as if he could feel the joys and sorrows of life. However, they were all washed away by the madness of 5 or 6 eras and the weight of nearly 100 eras. The little blue dragon girl saw that he did not move at all. She puffed up her cheeks and stood up to make the chair move away. Then, she patted his shoulder and walked in front of him. She pretended to be very arrogant and crossed her arms. If you are looking for those bad things, I have a few locations that I can tell you. Yun Nuashing calmly ate the fruit and calmly raised his head to meet her gaze. Those half-empty black eyes still scared her to the point that she could not help but jump back. If you smile, I will tell you. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. He put both his index fingers on the corner of his mouth and pulled up a cold and unwavering smile. It made her hair stand on end. Forget it, forget it. Don't smile, don't smile. Really? You have such a beautiful face. What a waste. The little blue dragon girl muttered and cleared her throat. Those fragments are now in a sealed state, barely sealed state. However, there will be a day when they will not be able to hold on. Just like the place that I am guarding. One of them is in the Qinhuai region. I don't remember the exact location. There is one in the Pacific Ocean. It is about 600 or 700 kilometers to the right of this country. The exact location is still not clear. She listed a lot of names in one breath. 4 or 5 years ago, she saw the divine artifact explode with her own eyes. The fragments that turned into billowing black fog rushed to all parts of the world. With her experience of living for 5,000 years, it was not a problem for her to calculate the approximate location. Since there was a seal, she should have contacted someone and told them about it. However, why was it that she did not know the exact location of most of the fragments? If she only knew the approximate location, the workload would be doubled. It was decided. She would let the young man in blue, who was also in the 3-elemental realm, do this. As if she knew that she had mentioned too many vague locations, the little blue dragon girl's pretty face was a little embarrassed. She coughed dryly and blushed slightly. However, there is one location that is absolutely clear. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and looked at her without saying a word. Mount Kunlun. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. That's it. That's it. Mount Kunlun is a mountain range. When you told me the exact location, I thought that I could accurately pinpoint the location within 100 kilometers. In the end, it was still a large area. The little blue dragon girl blushed and tugged at her dress. After a moment, she suddenly reacted and stared at him. Hey! It's already very good that I can tell you the approximate location, all right? So that you don't have to search around the world aimlessly. Just give me the approximate location and be grateful. You actually dislike it? The little blue dragon girl shuddered and hurriedly stepped back. I'm really sorry that I can't provide the exact location. So, don't look at me like that anymore. It's really frightening. Yun Nuashing moved his eyes away. Stay calm. You are a dragon who has lived for 5,000 years. The little girl was so angry that she stomped her feet. So what if I'm 5,000 years old? There are things that even 5,000 years old can't get used to. Just like how you, a guy with empty eyes, are actually afraid of a little spider. Yun Nuashing's body stiffened and he almost jumped up. How did you know? When I went to check later on, the water mirror seal that you left there told me about how you dealt with that small fragment, including how you were frightened later on. This is... Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched a few times. He could not help but cover his face and grit his teeth. I also have things that I'm not good at. The little blue dragon girl crossed her arms in front of her chest proudly. She finally saw this guy's expression. His eyes were finally not so frightening. She did not know who this guy was. The extent of his eyes was so frightening that it was as if he was sitting alone on this small destroyed planet, looking at the millions of ruins that had experienced millions of years of sedimentation. No, it might be even more serious. She suddenly moved closer, her golden eyes against the silvery white moonlight rushed into his line of sight. That pair of large eyes occupied his entire line of sight, startling him. It was only because this guy's eyes had become normal that she dared to rush up and stare at him. Your eyes are telling some stories, some very long and ancient stories. They are heavy. Yun Nuoshing looked at her. If there was a trace of origin energy in his eyes, this little girl would probably fly away in fright. Just as he was about to do that, the little girl suddenly took a few steps back and made a face at him. Although they are heavy, I'm not interested in prying into other people's stories. I'm afraid that I'll scare myself to death. Humph. The little blue dragon girl stuck her tongue out at him and quickly turned around. Her long hair and tail gently brushed his face. She jumped into the night sky, turned into a string of bubbles and disappeared. That series of actions made her look like a 5,000-year-old child. Yun Nuoshing took a bite of the silvery white fruit. Taking advantage of the fact that the night was not yet deep, he took out the mobile phone that Zhou Zhibai gave him and dialed the only number. Chapter 1786. He had been extremely busy for the past few days. He had to help Uncle Lu deal with the inexplicable organization that had appeared out of nowhere in the country, and he also had to restart the longevity quest that had been struck by lightning and followed by natural disasters wherever he went. Every day, he was like a gear that kept spinning at a speed of 300 laps per second. He didn't even know that he had already left the assembly and was flying alone. With such a busy situation, coupled with some terrible situations, even the comfortable dinner and good night time at night couldn't be considered very comfortable. Of course, he still had to sleep. Although his soul had been awakened, he was still just a high-level weakling at this moment. It would not work if he did not sleep. Although he complained, the most comfortable time after a busy day was when he rested in bed at night. After he fell asleep for some time, he seemed to hear the faint sound of his mobile phone ringing in his dream. It was his favorite music, but now he wanted to throw it into the trash can and smash it. When the sound gradually became clear and he realized that it was not a dream, he turned over with a resentful expression and reached for his mobile phone. Just as he was about to quarrel with his grandson on the other end of the phone, he suddenly saw the new contact displayed on the screen. It was the big boss of the Eight Elements realm, using Yun Nuoshing's profile picture. At this moment, the sky fell, the earth cracked, volcanoes, tsunamis, meteorites, comets, the moon, the sun, and other shadows suddenly flashed across his mind. He was completely awake. With a face full of sweat, he pressed the answer button with a restless mood. What is the end of the world? Is the sky falling and the earth sinking? The world is all right. I have something to do here. Oh, I should say good evening first, right? The young man in blue looked at the phone screen in a daze and took a deep breath. Big boss, a phone call in the middle of the night. It's a midnight scare. I thought the world was going to end. Middle of the night? It's okay. Didn't it just get dark? It's already 2:30 in the morning. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The big boss seemed to be a little lacking in personality. That was not the point. In fact, time did not affect them much. But that was in the past. Now, he was just a weakling. I'm just a mortal now. I need to rest. Aren't you going to sleep at night? I don't need to sleep. All right. You really don't need to sleep. How long have you not slept? Roughly 5 epochs. The blue-clothed youth was speechless. This was Lang Yi. He was a little more ruthless than Cruel Wolf. So, what's the matter this late at night? He yawned and sat up from the bed, looking sleepy. It's like this. Yun Nuoshing briefly explained the artifact, and told the blue-clothed young man all the locations that the little blue dragon girl had just told him. Soon after, he heard a series of crackling sounds. The blue-clothed youth got up from under the bed and stood up calmly. What, can you say that again? So? Yun Nuoshing patiently repeated it this time. In the end, he heard a sigh of despair. After thinking for a while, he added, Kunlun Mountain and the bottom of the sea can be handed over to us. The rest of the places will be handled by you. Anyway, you have a lot of people. Those should be small fragments of a small scale. With your strength, you should be able to barely seal them for a period of time. When the time comes, send them over for the next step of processing. Please tell me that this is a dream. Please tell me that this is a dream. Wake up. It's time for you to work. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly and slapped his face. This was really a midnight alarm. A phone call at 2:30 in the morning reported a terrible news with more than 50 locations. Moreover, some of the locations were in bad conditions. Even a mortal would be in trouble if he went there. He had to ask Uncle Lu to bring a few earthly realms to deal with it easily. Anyway, that's it. Try your best to find it if you can. If you can't, we'll talk about it again. It's late. Rest early. The big boss hung up after saying that. It was so quiet that he almost couldn't hear his own heartbeat. Damn it, how can I have the mood to sleep after hearing such shocking news? I'll sleep on the plane tomorrow. How miserable. 4 to 5 years ago, I hadn't awakened yet. The blue-clothed youth sighed and pulled out a chair to sit in front of the table. The weak light illuminated the small space around him, and his face was reflected in the window in front of him. He looked miserable and tired. Anyway, I have to sort out the route first. There are more than 50 fragments. I have to find the correct location in the shortest amount of time and then retrieve them. But each fragment is given the range of a region. It's not that easy to find them. The hand that was writing suddenly stopped. The blue-clothed youth raised his head and let out a long sigh. The big boss said that the sealing of the fragments was something that happened 4 to 5 years ago. Some of the seals were very difficult to deal with. In addition, the fragments themselves also contained powerful energy, so it was possible that they had already broken the seal. The fragments could also jump through space, but it was unknown how often they would jump through space. Only one person knew the pattern, and that person wasn't here yet. It was difficult, but even if it was difficult, he had to do it. Those things were unimaginable threats in this world. However, if Uncle Lu knew about this, he would probably go crazy, right? The next day, Zhou Zibai finished washing up early and went down to the hall. Against the light of dawn, she saw a figure sitting in the same position as the past few days. He didn't move at all, which was a little scary. Morning, Feng Ling, I'm going to Kunlun. The two of them spoke at the same time. Zhou Zibai was stunned. She stared at Yun Nuoshing and tried to recognize the voice that just sounded. Kunlun? Did I hear it wrong? Seeing him nod, Zhou Zibai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why so sudden? There's a fragment there. It's the kind of fragment you saw yesterday. If it's left alone, it will have a great impact. Zhou Zibai recalled the 2 big stones she saw yesterday and said, Oh. Then, she carefully thought about what they said before and sighed helplessly. In order to not let this cute little blue ball turn into a little black ball, she had to work harder. Why do I feel like I'm saving the world? While looking for the plane tickets, Zhou Zibai's fingers froze and she looked at Yun Nuoshing in a daze. Yun Nuoshing looked up and met her gaze. If you really want to categorize, there's nothing wrong with it. To save your world, you should take action. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. I don't have such a big dream. I've never thought about this kind of thing. But your world sounds a little weird. Isn't this your world too? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She was stunned for a few seconds before she said, Oh, that's right. They can cross the galaxy at any time. Maybe they have already found a place for themselves in other places. If that's the case, just thinking about it made her feel that it was troublesome. If it was just for herself, it would be fine. But once she thought about saving the world and the billions of lives on her shoulders, she felt her arms tremble. Her face was bitter. I feel that I'm under pressure that I shouldn't be under at this age. Indeed. Yun Nuoshing nodded in agreement. But we can't help it. Ah, no, if you really don't want to get involved, we'll go by ourselves. We were supposed to leave after accompanying you to the arcane realm, but we forgot about it. Zhou Zibai glanced at him and lowered her head to continue looking for the plane tickets. No need. It's not troublesome for you anyway. I'm just responsible for running behind you, right? Well, it's not troublesome. We're just looking for something. What are you doing? Yun Nuoshing looked at her curiously. Zhou Zibai muttered, looking for the plane tickets and booking the itinerary. You should have told me last night. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I called him at 2 in the morning and he complained. He said that he wanted to sleep, so he didn't continue to disturb you. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head to look out of the window and said, What plane do you need? We'll fly you directly, no. Zhou Zibai waved her hand firmly and shook her head vigorously. It's 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers away in a straight line. I don't want to be hung in the sky by you all. I'll die. I'll really die. Have you ever considered the feelings of a little mortal like me? Yun Nuoshing stroked his long hair and thought very seriously. Sorry, I don't think I've considered it. I haven't been a human for too long. Please think about it. Zhou Zibai trembled and looked at him carefully. Then decide. Wait, do you have a specific location? Yun Nuoshing shook his head. No, because I don't know where it is. It's thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide. You won't. Zhou Zibai swallowed hard. Her hand holding the phone was trembling. Oh, it's probably the won't. The little girl almost fainted on the spot. After getting up, she said with a bitter face, I'll die. I'll really die. Then do you want to give up? Well, at this moment she was really entangled in her heart. On one hand there were many difficult conditions. On the other hand, she was very curious about Mount Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains. In the past, she would never go there alone. It was impossible for her to bring others there. Even cultivators couldn't go there if they wanted to. But, yes, in short, it was curiosity. Curiosity. Looking at the little girl's entangled face, Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and reluctantly picked up his understanding of ordinary people. He was about to persuade her to give up, but she nodded first. I'll prepare some things to keep out the cold, mountaineering equipment, and buy insurance. There's no need. You don't need it, but I do. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. The last time they climbed Mount Everest, she and Mr. Jing were frozen. At that time, they only stayed for a short while. This time, they only had a rough destination. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't know how long they would stay in Kunlun. If they really went there unprepared, they would probably become a snowman and be buried there. There's no need. Yun Nuoshing repeated. A faint light flashed and flowed through her body. She only felt a faint energy emerging, and then silence again. However, the hall became very warm without warning. The floor-to-ceiling windows were suddenly covered with a thin layer of mist and became foggy. Zhou Zibai suddenly understood what he meant when he said that he didn't need it. She was barely relieved. Well, she was just barely relieved. When Zhou Zibai was ready, Yun Nuoshing also went to wake Hui and the little girl up. The group of people adjusted a little and embarked on the journey to the small snow mountain again. Ah, it's so slow. On the plane, Hui was nestled in the narrow space. He couldn't help but walk around. From time to time, he looked out of the window and sighed. This thing's flying speed is not enough for us, stop. Zhou Zibai waved her hand with a face full of sweat. I'll die if I'm carried by you. Okay. Hui sighed. He walked around the business class cabin twice and sat down. Suddenly, he was startled. That's not right. Can't you just ask Feng to make you a static realm? Why do you have to use human tools? It's really much faster if we fly by ourselves. What's a static realm? Zhou Zibai asked with a sweaty face. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood. A realm that can make you not feel that you're moving. An ordinary realm, or even worse, you can use space transmission. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. This observer with a reduced intelligence has really been beaten silly by 5 eras of battle. The key is that she still refuses to admit it. Look at her terminally ill appearance. It's really unbearable to look at. Yun Nuoshing looked at the scenery outside the window in boredom. However, he could only see a sea of clouds and the sun hiding behind the clouds. It was slowly climbing up from the horizon. Before he reached the top of the sea of clouds, he could only see the morning sun shining orange-red in front of him. He could also see a blue figure passing by outside the window. Yun Nuoshing was startled. She calmed herself down and looked out of the window again. The sky was orange-red, and only the flowing clouds accompanied the plane flying high in the sky. But she was sure that she didn't see wrong. Look, this time, her face was close to the window. "What are you doing?" Yun Nuoshing asked in a daze, attracting Hui and the others. Everyone came over to take a look and saw a figure lying outside the window. She was busy mouthing something outside the window. Hui was busy translating. "Taking the police area?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. A stream of light surged in her right hand. It seemed to have turned into an invisible object and easily passed through the cabin. Then, she grabbed the arm of the person outside the window. The light also wrapped her up and dragged her into the cabin. It's blowing me to death. The wind outside is really strong. I almost froze. The person who came was none other than the Blue Dragon Girl, who told her about the approximate location of the fragments last night. She was busy warming herself up for a while. Then, she angrily knocked on Yun Nuoshing's head. "Hey, I kindly told you where the fragments are last night. Why did you run away early in the morning when I wasn't paying attention? You didn't say you were coming." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at her. "Yesterday you came and left by yourself. I just went out for a walk. I thought you guys would at least have a plan. Who would have thought that before I even woke up, I found that there was no one in the house?" the Blue Dragon Girl said angrily. "At first, I wanted to wait for you guys to depart before following you. Fortunately, I left my scent on you yesterday and could find your location. After chasing you in the air for half a day, there were too many eyes in the sky and I couldn't simply transform. In the late autumn, I almost turned into an ice sculpture and fell from a height of 1,000 kilometers per hour." Hui heard that and grimaced. Look, this is the scene of a dishonest fellow meeting a fellow with low intelligence. One of them was deliberately holding back, while the other was deliberately not knowing anything. "What are you acting?" Yun Nuoshing asked. "Are you dragons usually very free? When there's nothing to do, you grow hair. When there's something to do, you grow hair." The little Blue Draconic Girl sat on the armrest of his seat and placed her waterfall-like long blue hair and tail on his body. "However, ever since the ancient era passed away, we haven't had much to do. Other than 4 or 5 years ago, we were barely able to move around for a period of time because of the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. This time, we can take advantage of the time when you guys are helping to deal with the fragments to see how everyone is doing in maintaining the seal." Zhou Zibai heard and couldn't help but say, "I heard that the hidden guardians of the Huaxia Kingdom are usually stationed in one place to guard the weather. Won't they be affected if they come out and move freely?" The Blue Dragon Girl glanced at her and said, "Little girl, when did you get this information? What does the weather have to do with us? We're only staying in one place because we're too lazy to move around and just want to sleep in one place." Zhou Zibai was speechless. Okay, another myth has been broken. Since she met Feng Ling and the others, the myths in her heart had been constantly collapsing. Even her worldview was not spared. It was just that she didn't plan to rebuild her worldview recently, because she didn't know how many times it would collapse. She simply hung a sign saying that it was waiting to be rebuilt. When it really couldn't be broken anymore, she would slowly clean it up. After the plane landed in Qinghai, They still had to transfer to a big car, but it was rejected by Yun Nuoxing. They planned to go all the way down. Anyway, they were already close at hand, and they could almost enter the snow mountain after 2 steps. Oh, the scenery here is not bad. Along the way, we looked at the scenery around him. The blue sky was like a thick curtain, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Except for the distance in front of them, they couldn't see too many mountains. The terrain was quite flat, and there were not many ups and downs. When they left the place where people gathered, they could only see the grassland. A straight road went straight to the front, and there were no curves. However, as they walked forward a little, the mountains in front of them were close to them, and they could gradually see the high mountains covered by the snow line. Did we go the wrong way? Where's the monument? Zhou Zhibai looked at the ground in front of her, which had faded away from the grassland and the mountains with the snow line, but she couldn't see the monument with the mountain pass on the straight road. Oh, we've just passed it. Hui pointed behind him. We've walked far away. Zhou Zhibai was speechless. She suddenly felt that she didn't know where to put the phone in her hand. Xiaolan, the name Hui casually called, was accepted. He heard that this girl was also nameless. Looking at the snow mountain around them, which was gradually becoming familiar, she suddenly pulled Yun Nuoxing away from the main road and said to everyone, "Let's go this way." Following the little blue dragon girl, they deviated from the main road and walked straight into the snow mountain. Zhou Zhibai looked ahead, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of her, as if she had walked into an iceberg and snowfield. At this time, the wind and snow had not started to blow, and she could still see the blue sky. Moreover, she looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was emitting a faint light, and rubbed her warm hands. It really wasn't cold. She looked back curiously, and then she was slightly surprised. In her impression, Kunlun had the saying that it was the ancestor of all mountains and the ancestor of the dragon bloodline. However, she didn't seem to have seen a scene with abundant spiritual energy after coming here. At this moment, when she looked back, the ground in the distance had not completely disappeared, and the scene of the Gobi Desert was almost comparable to the cracked ground that she saw in the space of the soaring dragon mountain yesterday. It was full of spiritual energy, and once again, it made her feel, myths are all lies. Feng Ling, do you feel that there's something special here? She didn't give up and pulled Yun Nuoxing, intending to restore the dignity of the myths in her heart one last time. Yun Nuoxing looked around 11 times. Mountain, snow, empty, nothing. Zhou Zhibai was stunned, and then she turned to look at Hui. What did he say? Oh, he means that this place is empty except for the mountains and snow. There's no special fluctuation in the space, and the lingering power of the rules is not very strong. There's nothing special about this place. Hui straightforwardly translated, and Yun Nuoxing nodded. Zhou Zhibai took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Well, this time she really cut off the idea of witnessing a myth. It seemed that this was just an ordinary snow mountain, nothing more? There seems to be someone there. She suddenly pointed to the front and shivered. Everyone looked forward and indeed saw that there were figures in the place that had been covered by thick snow. The 3 figures walked slowly side by side in the snow. In such a severe environment, the 3 of them were only wearing thin clothes. Zhou Zhibai felt cold just looking at them. If it weren't for Feng Ling to help her keep warm this time, she would have chosen to wrap herself up like a dumpling at this moment. Before they could take a few more glances, the 3 figures in front of them suddenly shook, and then disappeared into the snow without a trace. Yun Nuoxing and the others walked quickly to the place where the 3 figures suddenly disappeared. There were no footprints of the 3 people on the snow. The surrounding snow was flat, and there were no ups and downs. The 3 people suddenly disappeared like ghosts, as if they had never appeared. Zhou Zhibai was stunned. After a while, she squatted down at the place where they stood and used her spiritual energy to dig up the snow on the ground. What are you doing? Hui was exploring the surrounding space, and was stunned when he saw her actions. I'm wondering if they fell into a snow cave. Everyone! The little blue dragon girl looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with her arms crossed at this moment, waiting to watch a good show. Hui noticed this subtle expression. He didn't even have to think about it to know that there must be a hidden space in this place, and there was a scene of a different world inside. It was just a problem of how to open it. He had a way. Phone. Come, face the space in front of you, and slap it down. Yes, slap it together with the mountain in front of you. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand. Xiaolan suddenly jumped up and quickly held down Yun Nuoxing's raised hand. She stared fiercely at Hui, who was grinning mischievously. Can't you afford to play? It's fine if you want to break the space by force, but what do you want to do by giving that mountain to De Fei? Hui grinned and shrugged. The little blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and took 2 steps forward in a bad mood. She stretched out her hand and drew a circle in the space in front of her. Suddenly, a hole made of white light appeared in front of her eyes, and it was spreading faint space ripples to the surrounding space. She turned back and stuck out her tongue at Yun Nuoxing, then turned and walked into it. Let's go in, don't make any noise. Now in the world, not many people still know the existence of this place. Chapter 1787. The scene of flowing water gradually became clear. It was still under a deep blue sky, with no clouds for thousands of miles. The spiritual energy condensed into a thin layer of fog, and spread evenly in the mountain range in front of him. There were mountain peaks, evergreen leaves, and ancient trees that had stood tall for an unknown number of years like a small mountain peak. They were thousands of feet tall, and endless vitality could be felt from far away. There were also birds flying in the forest, and rare beasts would appear from time to time. The green grass and the pure white snow reflected each other in the mountains and forests. The snow under their feet revealed the word field, that was evenly arranged with green grass. It was a scene where winter was far away and spring was coming, and everything was recovering. However, the green shadows all over the mountains and plains were probably full of vitality from the beginning. Even if they were pressed under the heavy snow, they were not faded by frost. The aura here is hundreds of times richer than the outside space, and dozens of times richer than the ordinary city. Although this is the case, it still seems thin, but it is enough to create an environment that is full of vitality and like spring all year round. Hui squatted down and picked a grass and held it in his hand. It's a good environment. Zhou Zhibai was speechless for a while. She could feel that this place was more than 10 times better than the environment deliberately arranged by some Earth realm powerhouses. Forget it. Anyway, these people were all people who had seen countless things in the world. Maybe the aura here was so thin that they would suffocate if they were not careful. Your requirements are really high. The little blue dragon girl tilted her head and glanced at him. She muttered and sighed softly. Thousands of years have passed since the ancient times. Except for the caves and secret realms left behind by the immortals in the past, there is no other scene in this world that can be compared to these hidden places in the mortal world. If you want to find a better environment, I guess you have to go to the starry sky to look for it. Zhou Zhibai looked around and asked in a low voice, "Is there any other place besides here? Although the myths you are familiar with are not all true, there are some places that do exist, such as the well-known Penglai Immortal Land." Blue Dragon little girl nodded slightly. In the past, the Immortals' Cave, that was personally arranged by the Immortals in the mortal world with great effort, is similar to this place in Kunlun, including several other places. Zhou Zhibai patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a legend was saved. The few of them looked at the entrance for a while. The little blue dragon girl saw that they had seen enough and was about to lead them up the mountain. Suddenly, a few figures jumped out from the forest in front of them. They carried broken iron swords and walked forward to look at them. They were slightly vigilant. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my immortal abode?" The blue dragon girl walked forward. Hey, Qing Su, didn't tell you about something so important?" Hui felt that something was amiss and hurriedly said to Xiaolan, "Have you told them that you're coming today?" "No, I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't inform you. The blue dragon girl shook her head. But it's not like you can't recognize me. I just haven't been here for a while. They were familiar with this saying. A while was used to fool ghosts. In their worldview, from an era to hundreds of billions of years, it was called a while. So, how long is your a while? Let me count. When I handed over the fragments 4 or 5 years ago, I didn't come in, so that time doesn't count. If we go back, well, it's been 300 or 400 years. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but cover her face. They were just mortals. Who knew how many generations had passed in 300 or 400 years? They didn't even inform anyone. It would be strange if someone recognized them. Now they would probably treat them as intruders and deal with them. You know Grandmaster Qing Su? The young man walking at the front was stunned. Okay, little girl, go play somewhere else. We have important things to deal with. The blue dragon girl spread her hands and sighed. She was about to lead them forward when the young men quickly blocked her way. Wait, there are guests in the Kunlun Wonderland. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Pfft. Hui turned his head and patted the blue dragon girl on the shoulder. Hey, I'm talking about you. Unauthorized people. Xiaolan almost couldn't catch her breath. She glared at him angrily. Hey, you're happy to be called an unauthorized person? Outsiders are almost the same as idlers. We're just bystanders. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter what you say. If there's no one to talk to, the evaluation of idlers is invalid, isn't it? Hui replied with a smile with his arms crossed. Xiaolan was speechless. Did he mean that if he said a few more words, the whole Kunlun would collapse? The blue dragon girl held her forehead helplessly. The group of old things inside must have known that someone had come in, but they didn't say anything. She still had 2 dangerous guys behind her. Yes, they were really dangerous guys. She was sure that Hui, who was grinning at this moment, and Yun Nuashing, who had been silent all this time, could turn the whole Kunlun mountain into the Kunlun basin if they were unhappy. Couldn't those old things be a little more discerning? She took a deep breath and shouted at the evergreen mountain range. She didn't shout. She thought for a while and said to the few disciples guarding the gate, "Everyone who comes from the 4 seas is a guest. Just take it that we're also here to take a look. According to the rules of the Kunlun Wonderland, we can just walk up from another mountain path, right?" The young man who took the lead frowned. To be honest, he was also in a difficult position. Now that there were guests coming from the Wonderland, he couldn't figure out the situation of the 5 people in front of him. Since they could mention the name of Grandmaster Qing Su, he thought. In short, they didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He had already braced himself to stand up. But what about the other mountain path? Senior brother, just let them go from there. We can't take care of the front and back. If they can really make it to the top, then they'll have the right to enter, and it'll have nothing to do with us. If they really do know Grandmaster Qing Su, and we still stop them here, the consequences will be unbearable, another young man said softly. The leader nodded. He thought that it was the same. He cupped his hands and said to the few people in front of him, "Please follow me. If you can climb up from another mountain path, there won't be any more problems." The blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart, "Qing Su, you dare to leave me hanging at the door. When I get up there, I will spank your ass into 8 pieces. I won't live for 5,000 years if I don't." The stone steps of the other mountain path were obviously different from the one they saw just now. This one was rougher. Not only that, the stone steps and the mountain walls seemed to be engraved with Dao mark. Just by walking here, they could clearly feel that they had walked into another environment. The environment was more like an ancient mountain path. There were ancient trees that were hundreds of years old lying on the mountain path. Withered vines and branches stretched out dozens of meters away, entangled into knots. Those are the Dao marks that were branded in the past. The blue dragon girl walked in front and pointed at the Dao marks that were faintly discernible on the stone steps and mountain walls. Then, she turned to look at Zhou Zibai. It's not useful for you, but it might be a little helpful for this girl. I see that you have been in the fourth realm of man for a while, so I brought you here for a walk. Dao marks. Yun Nuoshing suddenly murmured. Yes, what's wrong? Yun Nuoshing shook her head and sighed softly. The Dao marks that were engraved here were all ancient Dao marks. They were pieces of formed but incomplete laws. Yes, these were all incomplete, but there were a lot of them. Well, it was not right to say that they were completely incomplete. It should be said that the law chains that were formed by 1,000 laws were all cut into 2 halves, or 3 halves, or even more, and then scattered evenly on this mountain path. It was more or less like this. She did not know whether the people who engraved these laws clearly knew that before they set it up, or they were actually not very clear about it. Hui suddenly stopped and raised his hand in confusion. He looked at Maple and the little girl, and then looked at Xiaolan. Is there a Dao mark that can break the seal here? There seems to be a part of it. It's at the place we just walked through. The blue dragon girl nodded. What's wrong? The seal on your body has just been touched? Hui nodded. Then, do you want me to help you break it? The little blue dragon girl twirled her long hair with her hand and said proudly, Let's not talk about other things, but I'm good at breaking seals. Tell me, is it something like a curse, or is it a simple seal? Oh, that's not necessary. I put this seal on myself. Hui replied with a grin. The blue dragon girl looked at him in a daze. She thought for a long time but still could not figure out what he wanted to do by sealing himself. So she ignored it and continued to lead the group forward on the mountain path. The spiritual energy lingering in the mountain forest seemed to be more vigorous, and the thin fog became thicker. The mountain forest in front of them had a kind of hazy feeling, as if they had entered the mountain in the morning. Ordinary people who were not familiar with the mountain environment would be worried that they would get lost at this time. However, it did not have any special effect on them. When the thick fog blocked their vision even more, they felt a slight difference. It seemed to have the effect of a maze. The only change was that Yun Nuoshing grabbed Zhou Zhibai's hand, so that the little girl would not go astray. After that, nothing else happened. After about a few minutes, Yun Nuoshing and the others quickly climbed to the top of the mountain path. The thick fog in front of them slowly dissipated. Although it did not affect them much, their vision was becoming clearer. The place in front of them seemed to have found a flat land in the mountain forest and used it as a platform to settle down. It also looked like a square used for gatherings after entering the door. With this place as the starting point, mountain paths extended to the 3 nearby peaks. The style of the ancient buildings in the mountain was not the same as the buildings they had seen in the city. It seemed that there were some shadows of similar buildings in the city with a faint aura of time. It was also different from the ones in the world of the gods. We climbed up one level after another. If ordinary people lived here, they would be gone in a day just by running up and down the mountain 2 or 3 times a day. Hui looked at the 3 nearby peaks. He could barely see people moving in the buildings in the mountain forest. The buildings were built around the mountain and went all the way to the back of the mountain. Moreover, the life aura at the back of the mountain was stronger. More people gathered closer to the inside. Turning around to look at the door, it was cold and cheerless. There was not a single person. He turned around and looked at Xiaolan, whose face was slightly green. You were placed here for a long time. Just now I was just taking it lightly. Look at this, Xiaolan sighed faintly. She lowered her head and could not stop muttering, young people nowadays. Just now at the mountain gate, she heard that there seemed to be guests in the Kunlun Wonderland. It was estimated that they were busy receiving guests inside at this moment. Thinking of this, Xiaolan reluctantly felt relieved. However, the angry look on her face did not disappear. She was a little unhappy in the latter half of the journey. On the way, she kicked 2 pieces of gravel fiercely, making a hole in the mountain wall. With one kick, she broke the branches that protruded from the ground. The mountain path was full of traces of destruction left by her. The small animals in the forest were trembling in fear because of this big movement. When they reached the platform halfway up the mountain in the middle, the first thing they saw was a stone sculpture. It was not a sculpture of a human body. It had a slightly abstract feeling, as if it was a depiction of many stars and their orbits. The more they looked at it, the more it resembled it. Zhou Zhibai went up to take a look. She could not help but ask, "Is this a sculpture of the ancestors' impression of the heavenly axiom? I heard that some orthodoxies would leave behind traces and sculptures of the ancestors' exposition of the great Tao. Could this be? Hey, that's the stone sculpture of the solar system. Qing Su carved it himself. He finished it 3 years ago. He even talked to me for a long time." Xiaolan pouted her lips. Zhou Zhibai, this poor little girl had turned gray again. The worldview about myths and such existences that she had painstakingly built was probably shattered into pieces. Yun Nuoxing stood at the edge of the 5-meter-high platform and looked around. The halfway up the mountain was probably 1 or 2 kilometers high from the mountain gate. He could see the clouds and mist surging with the wind. The towering mountains seemed to have some kind of artificially arranged arrangement in front of his eyes. They were connected to the general trend of the heavenly axiom and assisted in gathering spiritual energy. He could see that a lot of effort was put into it. The people of this life star, the ancients liked to use buildings or other special things to correspond to the position of the stars. When he saw the stone sculpture of the solar system just now, he could not help but think in this direction. In addition, the way the mountains in this fairyland were arranged vaguely, in addition to being connected to the general trend of the heavenly axiom, it seemed that there was something hidden in it. Perhaps it was related to the constellations in the sky. He wanted to make a detailed comparison, so he looked up. He could not see anything in broad daylight. Billions of stars, listen to me. Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and said half a sentence. Hui and the little girl suddenly felt that something was wrong. They turned their heads at the same time and saw his movement. The former screamed and quickly rushed over to cover his mouth. "Don't mess around. Who knows how many people will be scared to death?" "Oh." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and shook his head to get away from Hui's hand. He said to the little blue dragon girl, "The general trend of the heavenly axiom here seems to be connected to these mountains. In addition, it also seems to be connected to the constellations in the sky." "You can see that?" The little blue dragon girl was a little surprised. She walked to his side and pointed at the mountains, and then pointed to a place further inside. These mountains and these places, in the early stages of the Kunlun Fairyland's formation, indeed corresponded to some constellations one by one. But which constellations they corresponded to? I can't tell. I asked Qing Su. Qing Su only said that his master helped to arrange them. He himself was not particularly clear. As Xiaolan spoke, she tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. "What's wrong? Are you interested? I can help you ask?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "The constellations' positions will deviate with time. Right now, the difference is not very obvious. However, in the future, because the constellations will not correspond to their positions, the formation related to the constellations will deviate. The power of the stars will be erroneously deposited here. It will no longer be of any benefit, and may even lead to destruction." The little blue dragon girl was surprised. "There's such a situation? Then I'll have to tell Qing Su. But when is the future? Perhaps 30 to 40 million years? Xiaolan and Zhou Zhibai. 30 to 40 million years? After 30 to 40 million years, not to mention the constellations shifting, it would be a problem if the people on this ball would still be around. They would probably have already turned into dust and drifted to wherever they wanted. The world at that time would not be under their control. What happens 30 to 40 million years later has nothing to do with us." Xiaolan smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "Not to mention 30 to 40 million years, a few hundred years. 2 to 3,000 years later, or at most 10,000 years later, it would be a problem if I would still be around. Mortals have changed so many generations, when would it be 30 to 40 million years later? Yun Nuashing. Hui smiled bitterly. This was their special view of time. It was very obvious that this little blue dragon and the people on this life star did not correspond to this little blue dragon. Halfway up the mountain, the buildings built around the mountain were very old. They were not to the extent of being dilapidated, but traces of repair could be seen. They already had the aura of time in them. Not long later, but it was clear enough. As the little blue dragon girl had said, places like the Kunlun Wonderland and the Peng Lai Wonderland were all created thousands of years ago. They could be traced back to the ancient times. The founders of the past could not leave behind many things, and the generations of their disciples and disciples had also changed many generations like the mortals. The rules of this world were not strong enough, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin. For people who lived in such an environment all year round, there would not be any abnormalities, but they could clearly feel that all aspects were very. Oh no, most of the lives that were born in such a situation were determined by the heavens and the earth. Lives like the little blue dragon girl who had lived for more than 5,000 years were quite rare. More of them passed by naturally in the torrent of time, and a lifetime or a few decades passed by in the blink of an eye. For immortal beings like them, a lifespan of a few decades was probably very unimaginable. Their lives were too short, and there were too many things to do. A few decades was not enough to squeeze in. Moreover, how long could the time that they could truly devote to sprinting with all there might be? It was hard to imagine. After all, they had lived for too long. Are you the guests that the gatekeeper disciple at the foot of the mountain announced? Did you come from the Pan Mountain Road? A young girl dressed in a white robe suddenly appeared on the long corridor built around the mountain. She sized up Yun Nuashing and the others and nodded. Please follow me. Everyone is here. Finally, there's someone who knows how to talk. The little blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and followed them without hesitation. She asked casually, "What are you all busy with? What is that Ching Su guy doing? He said that there are guests. Who are they?" The young girl was stunned for a moment. After sorting out her thoughts for a while, she chuckled softly and said, "Senior, it's just a long-awaited gathering. People from the Penglai immortal realm have come. We don't know if they have said anything to Grandmaster Ching Su. It's just that at this time, the accompanying Penglai elders and the people from the Kunlun immortal realm have gathered together to discuss the Tao." They walked to the end of the long corridor built around the mountain and came to a platform. The arrangement of the buildings on the back of the mountain was similar to what they had seen just now. It was also a stretch of buildings built from top to bottom along the mountain. However, the buildings on this side seemed to be more magnificent. They should have arrived at the core area. From afar, they could see that the mountain range had closed into a small basin. Yun Nuashing once again caught the feeling of the weak power of the stars descending. His gaze fell on the mountain in the distance. The arrangement of the mountains was all arranged according to the positions of the stars. However, he didn't know much about the starry sky here. If he didn't explore it carefully, he wouldn't be able to see anything. The young girl brought them to a place next to a cliff. It was a spacious courtyard. There were ancient marks of Tao on the surrounding walls. At this moment, there was a large group of young people gathered at the edge of the courtyard. They surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They couldn't see what was going on inside. They could only hear voices coming from inside. Are these the foreign masters that senior brother was talking about? Just as the young girl brought them into the courtyard, they heard a voice that was directed at them. They looked up and saw a group of young people turn around and look at them. They kept sizing them up. Aren't they just a group of children? They look about the same age as us. Little children. The blue dragon girl was stunned. She covered her face with a gloomy expression. What the hell was going on along the way? Ching Su still hadn't come out. Was he really going to be stubborn until the end? The young girl's expression didn't change. She brought Yun Nuoshing and the others and was about to walk past them from the side. However, they were stopped by them. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. I also want to see these foreign masters. I heard that you came up from the mountain path. We have to learn from you. Why don't you go up and tell us? The people around them couldn't help but laugh softly, seeing that they were dressed differently from most of the people around them. They were probably from the Pung Lai Immortal region? The blue dragon girl let out a long sigh of relief. She wasn't going to get angry with these juniors. If she wanted to vent her anger, she would vent it on someone who had seen them from the beginning but didn't show up. Make way. She waved her hand lightly and pushed them away. She pulled the young girl and walked past these people. They walked past the edge of the crowd and headed towards the main palace. Hold on. The main palace is where the seniors from the 2 immortal regions gather. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge in? Hey, don't tell me you really think you're very capable after climbing the mountain path. The people from the Pung Lai Immortal region chased after them with strange expressions. The commotion caused by them attracted the attention of many people in the courtyard, including the middle-aged and elderly people who were surrounded in the center. They all looked surprised. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. The sky is going to turn dark if we delay any longer. If you ask me, it's good to barge in from the beginning. It's annoying to follow the rules. When the time comes and we get into trouble because of some trivial matter, I won't help to save the situation. The little blue dragon girl rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache as well. These years have been too peaceful. How can I have the time to care about other things when I'm discussing Tao? We've been cooped up in the deep mountains for too long. No one recognizes me anymore. The golden color in her eyes became sharper and sharper. Scales quietly appeared on her face. So, make way. The mighty draconic aura suddenly exploded like a storm, causing everyone who was close to her to stiffen. They couldn't resist that domineering aura and immediately knelt on the ground. The faces of the people from the Pung Lai Immortal region turned pale. As they were the closest, they were even pushed a long distance away by that force before they could stabilize themselves. The blue dragon girl took a deep breath. She didn't care that the main palace was right in front of her. She immediately roared, "Ching Su, you old bastard. If you don't come out to receive guests, I'll flatten the Kunlun Immortal region today." We couldn't help but clap. Do you need help? Xiaolan. You want to turn this place into the Kunlun Basin, right? Chapter 1788. The mighty dragon's aura pressed everyone to the ground like dominoes. The little blue dragon girl charged forward without any obstruction and slammed open the door to the hall. She thought it would be like this. The explosive dragon's aura and the power of that shout created a medium-sized crater in the ground. Everyone present couldn't withstand the 5,000-year-old dragon's aura. They all knelt to the ground in fear. The little blue dragon girl humped softly and stood in place, waiting for Ching Su to come out and greet her. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see any movement from the hall in the distance. She suddenly felt a little awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, she felt a piercing gaze on her back. Just as she was about to turn around and explain herself, the people kneeling on the ground all stood up in unison. She was stunned by the sight. This group of juniors stood up despite the pressure she exerted on them. Ah! The little blue dragon girl was shocked by this action. She said in a daze, "Are the youngsters these days already so powerful? The 5,000-year-old dragon's aura has been cancelled out." We couldn't help but poke Xiaolan's back with his words. She was furious. This guy hasn't said anything nice ever since he came in. And why did he deliberately mention 5,000-year-old dragon's aura? The blue sky suddenly seemed to darken a little. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the sky in surprise, but didn't see any changes. She blinked a few times, then felt that it seemed a little too quiet. There were several hundred people in this courtyard. Even when they were discussing, there were still whispers. Now, this group of people had stood up against Shaolan's dragon's aura, but they had all stopped moving. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Yun Nuoxing slowly turned her head to look at these people. Aside from the faint sound of energy vibrations, there wasn't any other sound in the courtyard. It was as if there were several hundred wandering souls standing in front of them. These people were all staring at them with their heads lowered. Their eyes emitted an abnormal green light, but they didn't seem to have any problems. Because they had forcefully stood up against the dragon's aura, some people's bodies had already cracked from the pressure. Blood was spurting out of their bodies, but they didn't react at all. It was as if they couldn't feel the pain, and couldn't feel the immense pressure descending from the sky. He was like a puppet that did not feel anything. Such an abnormal scene, coupled with the fact that hundreds of people were staring at them with glowing green eyes, made the scene look like a horror movie. Anyone could tell that something was wrong. The group of people from the Peng Lai Immortal region were the closest to them. Just like everyone else, they were staring at them with their green eyes. They were motionless and silent, as if they were toys that had not been wound up enough and were frozen in place. What is going on? The little blue draconic girl furrowed her brow in confusion. She saw that some of the people were injured by the draconic aura. She hesitated for a moment and slowly released her aura. In the end, there was still no movement from anyone. She could not help but walk up to those people who had turned into puppets and waved her hand in front of them. However, no one responded. What the hell is going on? It can't be that you've been turned silly by the pressure, right? Feng. Hui came to Maple's side. His eyes glowing with a faint golden light scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Do you see anything?" "I can't see anything." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "I can't see anything in my current state." Hui inhaled a breath of cold air. He could confirm that there was some kind of abnormal trouble. It might be his problem that he could not detect anything. If Feng could not detect anything, then there must be something wrong with this matter. It was actually easy to deal with the problem that they could not detect in their current state. They just had to raise their state a little. He had said so much just to express the seriousness of the problem here. It was not to the extent that they had to use their self-sealing power. They just had to raise their state a little so that their current power would gradually approach the upper limit of the three elements realm. They increased it little by little until they almost reached the upper limit that they suddenly felt the abnormality. Feng, their consciousness and souls have been sealed together, Hui whispered. Hui said softly. His gaze swept across the space in front of him. It was slightly gloomy and dark, as if the sky had darkened. There seems to be something wrapped around them. I can't tell at the moment. It's like the dark aura we encountered, but if I look closely, I can feel the obvious difference. That's strange, that's strange. Are these juniors really all stupid? The little blue dragon girl circled around and returned to Yun Nuoxing's side. She said to them, I can't sense their aura at all. They are clearly in front of us, but when I look directly into their eyes, I feel as if there is a great distance between us. What are they doing here? Yun Nuoxing frowned. A Tao discussion. If what this little girl said is right, it should be a rare gathering of people from the two great immortal realms. It's like holding a lecture, letting some of the elders come out to explain things about cultivation to the juniors, impart some experience, and talk about some secrets at the same time. As far as I know, this has happened many times, but I have never heard of such a situation happening. She waved her hand and pointed to the courtyard where a group of puppets were. They have all become idiot. They don't react no matter how much I move. Hui said, when they were discussing Tao, you smashed them with your draconic aura. They should be considered lucky if they only became idiots, right? That can't be. Not everyone is in a state of enlightenment or cultivation. It's still acceptable if only some people go crazy, but how can they all become idiots? The little blue dragon girl waved her hand again and again, with a nervous look on her face. Moreover, when I first came in, I could clearly feel that this place was full of vitality, but now I can sense it again." When she said this, Yun Nuoshing and the others all felt it. At this moment, there was a dead silence all around. There was still the aura of life in the entire Kunlun immortal realm, but there was no sign of life. It was as if it had become a barren land in an instant. There was no sign of life, but just before the draconic aura rushed out, everything was still fine. "Sure enough, it was you who made them stupid." Hui clapped his hands and decided. "This really has nothing to do with me." "Okay, don't joke around." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and took Zhou Zibai to lead the way forward. "Let's go find the person you were talking about first. I'm starting to have a bad feeling." Huey's face twitched. As everyone knew, when the most troublesome aggregation in the void expressed an ominous premonition, it was usually the time when the two of them began to quarrel. From this moment on, regardless of whether the cause of this matter had anything to do with them or not, they would definitely be involved in the consequences. In other words, no matter what happened next, he did not need to be surprised, because it was normal no matter what happened next. He just did not expect that he could not get rid of this big trouble even after coming to the Three Elements realm. The group of people quickly headed towards the main hall. Just as they were about to pass through the courtyard, their vision suddenly blurred. An obvious spatial ripple that was completely undisguised enveloped them. Yun Nuoshing reacted in an instant. The violent spatial power rushed towards the other spatial power that was about to sweep them away. However, his power only fiercely collided with the teleportation space before slowly dissipating. Even he was stunned when he saw this. The fleeting opportunity was not seized. The unknown spatial energy swept them away from their original place. The space in front of them suddenly turned into a dim stone corridor. The corridor itself was a passage with no obstructions on all sides. It was suspended in midair. This space seemed to be built with a large number of stones, an underground palace, a stone cage. It was probably more than 1,000 meters in length and width. The passage they were in was suspended in midair in this stone cage. Behind them was a hard and cold wall. They could not see the door, and there was nothing special. It seemed that there was no way to get here without being teleported. "Feng, something happened just after we finished talking." We couldn't help but murmur. Yun Nuoshing also felt a little speechless. That ominous premonition obviously appeared for a few seconds. It was only to the extent that they had just finished talking. They were thrown to an unknown place. "This is the dungeon behind the main hall." The little blue dragon girl looked around. For a moment, she did not understand why they were thrown here. When she was looking around, she suddenly pointed to the front. "Ah!" Yun Nuoshing and Hui turned their eyes in an instant. In front of the entire suspended passage, there was a white shadow flashing by. Without thinking, they directly chased forward. Xiaolan, who was half a step slower, quickly pulled Zhou Zibai to keep up. They ran wildly in this winding suspended passage, closely chasing the light shadow. Seeing it run into a square, small box in front of the passage, they also quickly sped up and rushed into it, but the other party had already disappeared. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight, there is no breath and no life. Is it really haunted? We looked around and couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuoshing looked around. Around this small box, in addition to the entrance behind them, there was only the farthest door in front of them. There was a little probability that the glowing figure ran out from that place. However, since that thing was not as fast as them, and they did not feel any energy fluctuations, this idea was stifled before it rushed into their minds. Unless it was really a ghost shadow. "You guys run slower, this dungeon is quite complicated." The little blue dragon girl and the other two caught up a little later. They let out a long sigh of relief. This place was abandoned before it was completed. There are many traces of the Great Way that were left unfinished. There are also many traces of the Great Way. If those things have not been wiped out by time, they are definitely a hidden danger. A dungeon that was abandoned before it was completed? Hui scratched his head. Then why was it built in the first place, and why was it abandoned? In the past, the dungeon was used to imprison prisoners of hostile forces or disciples who had made big mistakes, but that was in the past. When the Kunlun Wonderland was first built, it also subconsciously built a dungeon. However, later it was found that such a large space was not needed, so it stopped building. Now, only a large cave was opened to imprison disciples who had made mistakes. This place was abandoned and has not been dealt with or destroyed. Over time, only a few people may know that there is an abandoned dungeon hidden behind the main hall. Compared to this, have you guys caught up with that thing just now? I think its back looks a little familiar. We didn't catch up with it. When we came here, we couldn't even see its shadow. Hui shook his head. In the gloomy and cold dungeon, a faint light from an unknown place barely illuminated the space here. In a place full of dust, dust mixed with sand and dust piled up into a small mountain in the corner. There was a huge spider web hanging there, but the nest builder was nowhere to be seen. This small square box seemed to be a hall, and there were traces of abandonment everywhere. A cold wind from an unknown place blew past, bringing with it strange and bleak syllables, as if there were countless creatures whispering vaguely, which made people's hair stand on end. When Xiaolan heard those voices, her scalp was a little numb. She quickly pulled Zhou Zibai to Yun Nuoxing's side and grabbed him. Ugh! Every time I come to this place, it's like it's haunted. I didn't expect to come here again. Yun Nuoxing, why are you grabbing me? I feel that you can ward off evil spirit. Yun Nuoxing. What a strange function. No, shouldn't this be Hui? That guy is a shield. Hui seemed to have sensed his thoughts and grinned at him. I can ward off ghosts at most, but you can beat them. That's what I mean. They passed through this deserted hall that seemed to be haunted at any time and place. At the end was still a suspended corridor, and in front of them was another hall. If there were no accidents, they should see the same layout all the way down. They might have come to the deepest part of the dungeon, and these square boxes should be the space used to hold people, but they were abandoned, so it was empty and nothing was added. However, it wasn't completely empty. When they passed through 5 halls in a row, in front of the 6th hall in the passage ahead, 2 burning torches suddenly appeared. The swaying flames swayed on the wall. The torches were burning with spiritual energy, and there was no trace of them being extinguished at all. The swaying blue flames made this gloomy place look even colder. Under the 2 torches hanging on the wall, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their back. Looking at their white robes, they should be people from Kunlun Wonderland, but they didn't make any sound. Yun Nuoxing could feel that the little blue dragon girl was pulling his arm, and it was a little painful. Are you afraid of ghosts? He couldn't help but ask. No, I think this atmosphere is a little scary. I'm afraid of things that suddenly jump out. But if it's in front of us from the beginning, there won't be a problem. Xiaolan shook her head vigorously. The group of people carefully approached the 2 guys who looked like guards. The eyes of the 2 of them were glowing with blue light. They looked at the dark space in front of them blankly, as if they were monitoring something, but they turned a blind eye to the arrival of the 5 of them. Their consciousness and souls are in a sealed state, just like the people outside. We looked around and said to Feng and the others, there are no traces of their souls being consumed. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. Xiaolan looked at the 2 guards strangely. Strange. The dungeon has been abandoned for thousands of years. Why are there guards here? Did that guy Qing Su activate the dungeon? The gloominess and darkness in the 6th hall seemed to have doubled. As soon as they walked in, they could feel an abnormal cold wind blowing towards them. Their expressions all changed. The gloomy aura was very strong. It was even stronger than the gloomy aura that had settled in the space where Xiaolan was imprisoned for 4 to 5 years. It was even crazier and colder. I think I know why they sent people to guard it. Huey's cheeks twitched a few times. Xiaolan sweated profusely. I think I understand it too. This dungeon was most likely used to imprison that fragment. There was still a considerable amount of gloomy aura left in this hall. That energy was about to transform into pure chaotic energy. Only God knew what it had experienced and done to make its aura become so crazy and cold. At this moment, the empty hall seemed to directly tell them some important news. The fragment was gone. It might have broken the seal and left the dungeon long ago. The remaining gloomy aura here, wait, the aura here is just a remnant aura. It's not the kind of aura that's deeply rooted and will sprout. Hui suddenly realized something. He waved his hand, and a burst of golden energy brushed past. The gloomy and dark feeling in the hall instantly weakened by half. The gloomy energy here was just a string of bubbles that could be easily dealt with. This sprout sounded very spiritual. Zhou Zhibai instantly regarded it as a herb that had been growing for decades. As for the fragment that was left here, based on their current understanding, it should have run away after the seal was broken. They didn't know where it went. The time when the seal was broken, since there was such a remnant aura left, it might not have been transferred for a long time. However, Hui and the others couldn't explain why it didn't leave behind the gloomy aura that would devour the surrounding energy. After all, they didn't understand this thing very well, so they couldn't explain it. Just the remnant ordinary energy had already revealed such a degree of aura. The danger of this thing might be far higher than they thought at the beginning. However, it was still within the range that could be solved by self-sealing. It was not worth it to make such a big move, probably. A fragment that broke away. Could it be that the people in Kunlun Wonderland were affected by the aura left behind by the fragment? The blue dragon girl muttered to herself and shook her head. But it doesn't seem like it. As far as I know, the lives that are tainted by that aura will fall into an uncontrollable state of mania and extremes. What we see now is that they are frozen like puppets. Their souls and consciousness are sealed. The blue dragon girl was startled as she spoke. If that's the case, Qing Su hasn't come out all this time. Could it be, maybe they have already been affected from the beginning, so they have been staying in the place where they should be, unable to move at all? Hui said, and when we came halfway up the mountain, we happened to encounter the spreading of this aura in the dungeon. It just happened to control the remaining people. Also, I have a rough guess. Maybe the target of the infection is different? In the space that you are guarding, only the beasts were controlled by the gloomy aura. However, the target this time has changed to humans. Perhaps the trace of consciousness hidden deep in the bottom of the spirit can still barely control itself. It is only temporarily completely isolated from the outside world. However, this kind of influence is too deep and difficult to detect. It might not be able to completely control everyone at once. After all, these hundreds of people are also cultivators. It is unrealistic to hold them down all at once and let them wreak havoc. The blue dragon girl's expression changed. Lives controlled by the gloomy aura. She had not seen anyone being controlled so far, so she subconsciously thought. Hui changed his expression and continued, "It's just that there will always be a time when the control at the shallow level spreads to the deeper level. If..." Before he finished speaking, the blue dragon girl turned into a bubble and rushed out. Yun Nuoxing and the others were all startled. He raised his hand and held Zhou Zhibai under his arm. He also turned into a shadow and rushed out. The group of people rampaged in the dungeon. After passing through 2 halls, they rushed out of the dungeon. As soon as they plunged into the corridor of the main hall, the gloomy aura that hit them in the face made the bubble that was sprinting in front stop at once. The memory of being beaten up and taught a lesson 4 or 5 years ago came to her mind, making her hair stand on end. She stopped in horror and quickly grabbed Yun Nuoxing. "How badly were you educated in the past to be so fearful?" Hui could not help but cover his face with a wry smile. This guy who claimed to be one of the reclusive guardians had already established a nervous reflex based on smelling a strong gloomy aura and made a quick retreat. In short, it's very bad. If it wasn't bad, I wouldn't be so cowardly. Xiao Lan trembled and quickly pointed to the corridor in front of them. Go forward, that's the direction of the main hall. Yun Nuoxing heard this and looked to the other side of the corridor, but I feel the aura of life coming from this side. The blue dragon girl looked back and her expression changed slightly. That's the place that leads to the cemetery, the morning hall. It's the place to worship Qing Su's master and all the lives that have passed away in the Kunlun fairyland. Generally speaking, people rarely go there. Hui scratched his head towards the corridor and suddenly said, the morning hall and the artifact fragments. What do you think? Zhou Zhibai, walking rotten meat and… No, there are no bodies there. They were all cremated. Xiao Lan waved her hand and looked around in confusion. In the end, she gritted her teeth and pulled Yun Nuoxing towards the morning hall in the cemetery. We'll listen to you. Let's go this way. The road to the cemetery was actually not very long in her memory. If they walked slowly, it should only take 2 or 3 minutes. But now, they had been running on this road for 10 minutes. It was as if they were walking in an endless dark corridor. When she mentioned this, Yun Nuoxing and the others all stopped. It's the distortion of space. Hui reached out and knocked on the space beside him. Substantial energy ripples gently spread out in the space as if they were wrapped in a layer of film. Now we can confirm some things. Xiao Lan pulled Yun Nuoxing's arm. What things? Just some. Hui stuttered and did not say anything. Some very bad things. In fact, he had felt it before entering the dungeon. At that time, he needed to increase his strength until he was close to the upper limit of the 3 elements realm before he could barely see the abnormality here. In addition, it was silent. If Xiao Lan did not say anything, he would not have noticed the distortion of space. Feng, it's the power of the rules, and it's a very powerful one for the 3 elements realm. It's enough to temporarily deceive us in our self-sealed state. Although our own rules are strong enough to not be directly affected by the attacks of the rules, this kind of large-scale attack directly affects the area without hostility. It's really hard to detect it in a short time, Hui said in his soul. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. They had sealed themselves and sealed their perception. The following road might need them to increase their strength a little. At least, they had to pull it to the same level. Otherwise, they would not know if they were plotted against. Although they would not be hurt, there were 2 people beside them who would be affected. Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. That's really interesting. The power of the rules close to the upper limit of the 3 elements realm. What do you think? The upper plane, the center of the upper plane of the 3 elements realm. But according to its essence, it should be. Hui took a deep breath. Something from the depths of the chaotic void.